Good morning, one and all. I believe we are ready for our meeting this morning. It's 10:03 a.m. This is the meeting of the Oversight Committee. It's called to order. Will the Secretary of the Board of the Oversight Committee take attendance, please?
Yes. Mr. Angelou?
Here.
Mr. Geisweit?
Here.
Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Holmes?
Here.
Mr. Montgomery?
Here.
Dr. Mulrow?
Here.
Dr. Rice?
Here.
Dr. Rosenfeld?
Here.
Thank you. Members, the draft minutes from the January 24, 2014 Oversight Committee meeting are available in your agenda packet behind tab 1. Is there any discussion or corrections to the minutes as they were circulated? Hearing none, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of January 24, 2014 Oversight Committee meeting.
Motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. The Chair recognizes Mr. Roberts to provide the Chief Executive Officer's report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Wayne Roberts, Chief Executive Officer of CPRIT. I will again try and keep my remarks brief, but I think it's very important for us to note that this is the first meeting of us going on to a regular calendar quarterly schedule, and I imagine everybody associated with CPRIT will be glad with that. I and the rest of the staff really appreciate your willingness to have as many meetings as we've had in the last couple of months, and I think that this does serve as a very good point in time to just take a very quick look back. Today is your 111th day since your very first meeting, and bottom line, if it feels like you've been spending a lot of time on CPRIT activities, it is not your imagination. We've tossed up some items here that I did not really put into the appropriate order, but I guess I could have. You hired a CEO. Now, you may not consider that to be the most important thing that you've done, but it's kind of a big deal around my household. So we'll start off with that one. You elected your presiding officers. This will be your 4th Oversight Committee meeting. You have had 21 subcommittee meetings. 55 new reviewers have been appointed. You have received 623 applications for funding. You've made 13 new awards. We have issued 13 requests for applications. Under your watch, the 2013 annual report was issued. We have, at this point in time, implemented 43 of 51 of the state auditor's recommendations from last January, and was discussed at the last meeting. All of the others remain scheduled to be implemented by right at the end of June, I believe it will be. So your staff remains very proud of the status of that major item. Of course, as you can't forget that you've adopted 37 new or revised administrative rules. There has been 1,002 pages in your board packets that presumably you have reviewed, and 2,000 pages in grant award information. So congratulations, folks. I think you've got every reason to be proud of your first 111 days. Very quickly, the other remaining 2 items that I'd like to talk about, first of all, is the reconstitution, if you will, of the University Advisory Committee. That was done based on the interest that was expressed at the last Oversight Committee, and I contacted the relevant chancellors and presidents of the institutions with appointing authority per the state requirement. This committee may be very useful in the program priorities project that will be discussed later in the meeting. There's also interest in using them to help gather information for the diversity subcommittee, and I believe Dr. Kripke also has some ideas on how to use them with her program. To date, the folks have been appointed David Sestola, Vice President for Research at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. Dr. Michael Cohn, Senior Vice President for Research and Associate Provost at Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. C. Kent Osborne, Director of the Dan L. Duncan Cancer Center at the Baylor College of Medicine. Dr. Marianne Ottinger, Associate Vice President for Research at the University of Houston System. And Dr. Cheryl Walker, Welch Professor and Director of the Institute of Biosciences and Technology at Texas A&M University. I'm expecting appointments from Texas State University System, Rice University, and the UT System very quickly. The next thing I'd like to discuss is the status of our hiring. I have one issue that I think needs to be, well, I know needs to be brought to your attention. We're in the process of finalizing the selection process for the Chief Development Officer, which is an absolutely critical hire for this agency. And in reviewing our processes, we came up with a conflict in language between your bylaws for the Oversight Committee and state law. Specifically, our bylaws, Section 4.4, says that the purpose of the Audit Subcommittee is to review and make recommendations to the Oversight Committee with respect to the following items. And one of those items is the Chief Executive Officer, senior staff hires or dismissals, and related compensation. State law, on the other hand, and a change that was included in Senate Bill 149, specifically says the Chief Executive Officer shall hire one Chief Product Development Officer. So in any conflict, the statute prevails. However, I don't want to violate the spirit of the bylaws, and I would like to suggest for your discussion the possible resolution of this. First, as CEO, I determine the choice for the finalist for the position, and that we have a meeting of the Audit Subcommittee in order to for me to inform and advise them concerning the choice and the rationale and the process behind the choice. Then have the Audit Subcommittee report back to the Oversight Committee at your next meeting concerning that discussion, and that I then proceed based upon that discussion with the Audit Subcommittee. I do recommend that the Governance Subcommittee be charged to review Section 4.4 for possible harmonization with Senate Bill 149.
So for clarity, the statute directs the CEO to hire the product development officer, but we have a lingering element in our bylaws that would be inconsistent with that exactly. And what we're going to proceed to do is to recognize that and empower the CEO to make the hire without in due course, and let the audit committee be aware of, be consultative in, and then report back that conversation at the next oversight committee meeting. Is that the right way to say it?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So, so the chair will entertain a motion to direct the CEO to advise the audit subcommittee of the CEO's selection of a chief product development officer before making offer of employment, and the audit subcommittee will provide advice to the CEO that may be considered in making the CEO's final decision. I mean, I have a motion in that regard unless there's other discussion beforehand. Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The next item I've got is the dashboard project.
Do you want me to go ahead and proceed with the motion to direct the governance subcommittee? Would it be fair
Yes,
for the
I'm
chair
sorry,
to
yes.
entertain this As part of that, what we want to do is go back and fix, or I should say, amend the bylaws to be consistent with the statute. So the chair would like to entertain a motion to direct the board governance subcommittee to review the bylaws for consistency with the statute and CPRIT's new administrative rules and recommend any changes at the next meeting. Could I have a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
I apologize, got ahead of you there. The next item I'd like to discuss is the dashboard project, and I'd like to have Heidi McConnell, our Chief Operating Officer, come up. I did ask her after the last meeting to lead this project. A copy of the current draft, or a draft, is behind tab 2 in the meeting books, though I think you may have a newer one. What's up on the screen is a very high-level summary of the dashboard. Staff worked on this, incorporating thoughts from Dr. Rice and other members of the CPRIT staff. It is very important to note, again, as was discussed at the last meeting, that this will be an iterative project that will evolve and expand over time. It is developed to provide the Oversight Committee, the legislature, and the public with easy-to-understand operational indices on how CPRIT is meeting its constitutional and statutory mission of mitigating cancer. Hopefully, the report should improve transparency into our operations. And I'd now like Heidi to make some brief comments and respond to any questions that you folks may have.
Thank you, Wayne. So we have put together these are about 36 metrics, and they're organized into 3 categories: into accountability, mission, and transparency. And mission covers the 3 programs that we have: prevention, research, and product development. The metrics that you see before you are those that we could put together. Any place where it's shaded is where we do not have specific metrics for that month. Generally, we get most of our information on a quarterly basis, but we can get some of it on a monthly basis. In some cases, for example, on some of the mission metrics, those are actually related to our performance measures that we report to the Legislative Budget Board, and many of those we only report annually. So that's why initially we have them shaded, because we have to go back and address that if we want to pull them out quarterly.
Will you clarify that one more time? The ones that are shaded, just say that last sentence again, I'm sorry.
Well, this was more specific under mission. So, for example, under research program, we have the first one there that's not shaded is published articles on CPRIT-funded projects, and that's a number. That's shaded because we don't have those metrics readily available, and normally we report them only to the LBB on an annual basis. So we would report it at the end of the fiscal year, not quarterly, but we would have to change our processes to pull that information quarterly. I think we can do that. It's just we didn't have it available to put into this document.
So going forward, you'll tally that on a quarterly basis for us?
We can, yes.
And that's not burdensome to staff, meaningfully burdensome, really burdensome? Sorry.
It'll take a little time, but we can do it. But in other instances, we just, we don't have the data. So, for example, if you go back up to accountability, some of our compliance measures that, David Reisman reports to you, so awards with delinquent reimbursement submission, that's roughly halfway down in that list under accountability. It's shaded in September and October because there were no reports. We did not pull that data. However, that was reported to you in November as 5. There was no report in December, and then January there were 52, and then in his report in February, there is a number there as well.
Thank you. That is really great. And is that a running total, so that the 52 declined to 20? Is that what that means, or is that 20 additional? Or the purpose of this is so that the board can have a sense of some of the work that goes on. And does this mean that there's 20 outstanding?
Yeah, it declined.
It declined.
That's correct.
Thank you. Just wanted for clarity what that means.
But in some cases, so since we are in February, some of these numbers we wouldn't report until we got to the end of the month and were able to calculate them. At the far right columns, we have cumulative annual and cumulative year-to-date. So some of these measures lend themselves to actually being, cumulative. We can actually calculate, a total at the end of the year and then add to prior years. However, in some cases that doesn't make sense. We'd probably start over, so that's where that's shaded. Let's see, for example, on grant awards / applications received, so that's a percentage, and that will change as you take action to award more grants, and then we also receive more applications to open RFAs. That is a measure of success of the applications, but that would not lend itself to being cumulatively calculated. Likewise, on the debt issued to funding awarded, that number will jump around. For example, with the action that you may take today on new awards, that percentage will decline significantly until we issue more debt to pay for reimbursements. So that's how some of the interplay of those numbers will work.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes,
say?
please.
You have on the research and product development, the published articles on CPRIT funded projects, which I think is very important. Is there any reason not to also keep track of the published articles on the prevention efforts as well?
That has not been a measure that we've actually collected, and Becky Garcia may be able to speak more to that, but it is not something that we have actually ever collected.
Seemed that for the same reason it'd be valuable information on the first two, it'd be valuable on the prevention as well.
Yes, we asked them to report that. They probably count publications a little bit differently than just peer-reviewed or academic publications. So there's a lot of educational material that they publish. So we might just need to clarify what that means for the prevention programs.
I see. Okay. Thanks.
Do you have any idea what the published articles numbers would be? A number have crossed my desk, and I was just wondering if you had an idea on the number.
I didn't look at the last year. I think it's in the hundreds, close to 1,000 by the end of the year between all of the research awards and the product development awards. But we, like I said, we have reported that on an annual basis, and it has been cumulative and total for both programs. It wasn't broken out between product development and academic research. But we can do that.
Is that a number that comes from SRA and somehow the recipients keep score there, or how do we actually?
The recipients, yes, they report it in our grants management system.
Thank you.
And so when they submit their progress reports at the annually.
I wonder if next time you could come back and tell us kind of how they define that. Assume that if I get a grant today and I publish a paper tomorrow, does that scoring of that supposed to relate specifically to the grant money or to the project title or
It is supposed to
project
relate
category?
to the funded grant that CPRIT is funding, and it also has to go into a peer-reviewed academic journal.
Because I would
It's
think
not
there'd be a fair
just-
lag time, for instance. in
Yes.
those.
And that is an LBB measure, right?
It is an LBB
Since it's
measure.
an LBB measure, it will have a very precise definition in how it's calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that actually is one that is an example of what I said, this being an evolutionary project. I'm not particularly fond of this measure. It's what I would call an output measure, and one that I think would be more meaningful in terms of the quality. I know that you, Mr. Angelou, have questioned us on measuring quality. There is a measure out there. We're not prepared yet to collect the data for it, but the number of times that a CPRIT-funded article is cited in other scholarly material. I think there are databases out there. We haven't had a time yet to see how we might use that, but I happen to be real fond of that as a meaningful measure because that shows you what these folks' peers are considering to be important.
Just two quick follow-ups. One is use the word article. Is that to refer to peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
Or all articles?
No, it's peer-reviewed publications.
And are abstracts included? Meeting abstracts?
I do not, I don't know. I don't believe so, yeah.
And does the staff actively search for the articles? They go on PubMed and put in the names of the recipients?
I believe they report to SRA.
Yes, the applicants do report through our grants management system. They have a specific place where they report it, but it actually does come from PubMed. There is a link through that, so the citation is correct when they submit that.
But the original kind of derivation of the article, I assume, comes from the grantee putting in the SRA system.
The grantee puts in the SRA system, but it matches to PubMed.
Yeah.
Yes, they can pull in the PubMed reference, so.
Thank you.
Few questions.
Please.
A couple of comments and just a couple of questions. A comment is it's very easy to use Google Scholar to find out how often your work has been cited. It could be automated and be done very easily. A second thing I wanted to note is that some of the items under these categories could fit really under more than one category. And in particular, I think the number of grant awards that we give is part of the mission. And I was wondering if in the future, if we identify priority areas for grants, whether we will be able to get some routine reporting regarding numbers of grants that are made relevant to those priority areas. The last comment I wanted to make is that some programs routinely use surveys at the end of the year to the leaders of institutions of the grants that they have funded to ask questions about their perception of the relative impact of these awards on their institution and on their faculty and their faculty development. Might that be something that we could consider doing?
Certainly, we can certainly look at surveys and how to put that into practice. Your suggestion on using Google Scholar, I think we can certainly look at that, and then we can put the data wherever you want to, so we can put the grant awards under each area and the mission, and address all of your suggestions. So, and as Wayne said, this is an ongoing process. So, I mean, we have 36 criteria right now, but you can certainly add more or take some out. Some of them may not necessarily be, something that you want regularly reported, but.
Well, I would just make the quick comment before recognizing Mr. Montgomery that the object of the game, I think, at this point was to bring something forward, to seek the input of the Oversight Committee, to sort of mold what we think is a useful tool. Again, the CPRIT staff may actually end up with some version that would be different than what we may want, but I think we want something that surfaces key performance measures of the work of CPRIT, and so whatever, we'll ask them to take your comments and others, all these comments, and maybe have a side conversation through email intervally, and then bring back the next version of this, at the next Oversight Committee meeting.
I just had a quick question. When you say several of these categories seem to be, they could be projects that someone else has funded, CPRIT has co-funded. So are these, for instance, the published articles, the open clinical trials, are those just the ones that are 100% CPRIT, or some CPRIT money has gone to those projects?
Anytime that a publication or an article is published and it is using CPRIT money, the authors need to cite that. But yes, it could be, they could have other funding in that particular.
Do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should.
Right.
It's a matter.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And with respect to your comment, Dr. Rice, yeah, I really do. This is going to be useful for me, and it also needs to be useful for you folks. And I can see a secondary document branching off of this, which may be more of the visual dashboard that you expect. We want to play around with that. I've got 5 or 6 measures on my desk that haven't got included in here that I want to have considered. But if you think of something, email me or Heidi, and we will see what we can do. But don't be shy about, gee, this is something I'd like to know. Can the staff add this to the dashboard project? Please
Glad
do.
you said that.
Pardon?
I'm glad you said that for suggestions. I worry a little bit. The timelines on some of these things are radically different. Some things happen every month. Some things only happen for 6 months, for a year, for multiple years. I wonder if we could break it out into short-term, medium-term, long-term, because I worry a little bit that when you have a chart that is mostly blank, the first thing the viewer says is, what the heck are they doing over there? Nothing's happened. So, I mean, I think they're valuable measures, but for instance, number of patents, the patents aren't going to be approved for 6 or 7 or 10 years or something, so I'd hate for this chart, which is supposed to be a tool to show what we are doing, to leave the impression that we're not doing anything. In other words, setting it up for zeros in all the columns.
Thank you for those brilliant
Yeah, I
comments.
think, I mean, that's,
Indeed.
How about that?
Indeed.
That's not a word people usually use.
Could be applications, fair, absolutely.
Yeah,
So
okay,
so that might be an
right.
amendment, because that would accumulate much more quickly, obviously,
I'll note for the record that that was Dr. Jack Geltowski, who's our Chief Product Development, the Chair of our Product Development Review Council, sorry.
Yes. Mr. Angela.
Is there also a way of capturing other investments in addition to CPRIT funds? How much are we leveraging our funds to attract other investment besides the matching funds that companies are?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, Heidi, what I'm thinking of, yes, was the chart that you're going to be showing a little bit later is what I was thinking.
Follow-on funding.
Yeah,
The follow-on funding.
we do request from the product development award recipients for follow-on funding information, but I believe it's also a part of the annual report, and Dr. Kripke is confirming this, that we ask this also of research and prevention. Dr. Garcia is confirming. So that information is collected in terms of, through the annual report, in terms of the additional funding that is garnered by the projects that we fund.
Oh, yes, please, other
A
discussion.
couple other quick comments. Maybe one thing to consider adding to the list from the Product Development Committee is maybe number of INDs as a way of showing that people are moving in the direction of starting clinical trials. And under transparency, it looks like the number of website activity has gone up quite dramatically. I know that's not what this dashboard is meant to do, but it's, when you look at the number of 11,000 hits last month, is that a number that you think is a good number, bad number, disappointing number?
I don't know if we could have an opinion. It's part of it is the reason that you see it trending up is we had several open requests for application, so people are hitting our site to see what those requests look like and whether or not they can apply. So that's why you did see the spike, because we opened up several requests in December and then they were open through January. And I would imagine this would continue to go up in February because we continue to have some open RFAs.
Any other questions of the Oversight Committee? I have to admit, I was on the website a fair amount last month. But
Well, I think a lot of those
trying to
are
lay
the
off.
people that are checking out your bios.
You got the robo program working?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's proceed. If there's anything else, if there's not anything else for the CEO's report, let us proceed. Item 5 on the agenda will not be taken up. Item 6 is the Chief Scientific Officer report. The Chair recognizes Margaret Kripke, Dr. Margaret Kripke, to provide the Chief Scientific Officer report. Dr. Kripke and Mr. Roberts will introduce the Program Integration Committee grant award recommendations for the Scientific Research Grant Awards.
Good morning. We've been busy since we last met. Our Scientific Review Council has reviewed 7 training awards and 5 multi-investigator research awards. You'll be asked to vote on those in a few minutes. And these are the first awards that have gone through the new process. These are continuations of grants that were funded for 3 years. They had been previously peer-reviewed for and approved for 5 years, and all of these were reviewed for appropriate progress to make sure that the programs were meeting the appropriate standards. And so our Scientific Review Council has forwarded 7 of the training awards and 4 of the multi-investigator awards for your consideration today. These have gone through the Program Integration Committee, and you'll hear more about that in a moment. We also closed the RFAs for individual investigator awards and high-impact, high-risk awards. This is the first time these have been offered in over a year, so this is the new startup of the major grant awards program. We, as you may guess, had a fairly overwhelming response to these. There were actually 100 high-impact, high-risk grants, and these are limited by the numbers that each institution can submit. So there's only a limited number of these, but I'm quite sure this is the maximum number allowable. For the individual investigator awards, there is no institutional limit on these, and we received 484 of those. So our review panels are going to be very busy. These grants have now been sent out to the various chairs of the review panels. Their chairs are making their assignments to the individual reviewers as we speak, and we will be bringing that massive amount of information back to you for your review and approval probably at the August meeting, not until August. We have new members of the panels. You have about 20 of those in the packet that we will also be dealing with a little later in this meeting. We have about 15 to 20 more panel members that you have not approved yet, which will come to your next meeting. And we also have our advocate reviewers who have not yet been appointed, and you will see those as well. So we'll overload you with biographical sketches again at your next meeting. We have opened the RFAs that many institutions have been waiting for with bated breath. Those are the recruitment awards, and we will be able to accept those, we hope, on March the 3rd. The RFA is already out, so people have been preparing those applications. We know already that there will be quite a number of those that will come in quickly as soon as the automated system is open, and so those will come to you for approval again through the new process at your May meeting. So hopefully those will move quickly through the process. And finally, we will be releasing another round of RFAs hopefully in March, and we will again do the individual investigator award grant. Hopefully we will get fewer than 484 this time, but one never knows. And I've just had presented to you as a separate document the RFAs that we are planning on sending out. We have one that is essentially a duplicate of the one that we sent out before. It's an untargeted request for applications in a whole variety of research areas. And then we have 2 targeted applications where we are trying to stimulate research in specific areas. One of these is in prevention and early detection, as I mentioned last time, and the other is in cancers of children and adolescents. And so the rationale and research objectives for those grants are what you have in your packets that you were given this morning, and followed by the full RFA for the individual investigator award. So they're, rather than duplicating the whole thing 3 times, we just gave you kind of the essential parts of the 2 new RFAs. That is my report. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them before we move on.
Margaret, on the individual investigator awards, could a person apply for more than one at a time?
No.
Could they apply?
So these are all this is 484 individual investigators.
Non-duplicative.
Yeah, they cannot submit more than one.
And could they submit more than one at different cycles?
Yes. They can come in and submit another one at the next cycle, but we've restricted it so that if they apply for the prevention individual investigator award, they can't also apply for an individual investigator award in the same cycle. Okay. So, anything else?
Any other discussion? So I believe at this time I'm ready to recognize David Reisman.
Sorry, what just on the seat. Take you out of your seat. Okay.
So Chair recognizes David Reisman, CPRIT's Chief Compliance Officer, to provide the compliance certification of the award slates. Have we presented the award slates?
No.
Thank you. My name is David Reisman. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for CPRIT.
Before you proceed, let me just ask the question. Was Margaret going to present the award slates, or was...
Dr. Kripke and Wayne presented.
Is that here in the script, or...?
Here, go on, just say these.
Well, Dr. Kripke and Mr. Roberts are going to introduce the Program Integration Committee Grant Award Recommendation for Scientific Research Grant Awards.
Fair enough, and I'll go ahead and start. I'd like to give a brief overview of the Program Integration Committee process, since this is new and it's a feature of Senate Bill 149. The Program Integration Committee consists of myself. I'm the chair of it. The Chief Product Development Officer position is on it. Dr. Kripke, the Chief Science Officer, Dr. Garcia on prevention, and also Dr. David Lakey, the Commissioner of the Department of Health, State Health Services. I'm sorry, I keep thinking of it as the Commissioner of Health, but it's an expanded title now. He also is on it. The new PIC, the requirements, must approve a list of grant applications recommended for awards that states the amount of the funding for each of the proposed awards. The recommendations of the PIC must be substantially based on the list submitted by a review council, in this case the Research Review Council. Factors to be considered in making grant award recommendations should be documented, including specified priority funding factors which are in state law. There's about 8 or 9 of those. The amount of funding, goals, timelines, or objectives for an application recommended by the Review Council may be changed by the PIC. But the PIC must provide a written explanation for any changes. In the event that a grant application submitted by the Review Council is not included on the PIC's list, the PIC must explain the reasons for excluding the application. A majority vote of the PIC members is required to approve the final list of PIC recommendations. The decision to not recommend a grant application is final unless the PIC's vote is not unanimous. If the vote is not unanimous, then the dissenting PIC members may submit an explanation to the Oversight Committee for voting against the PIC list of recommendations and may provide an alternative list of recommendations. This part of the process you're not going to see today. We've got unanimous support for the projects that are coming before you. But the Oversight Committee may consider that alternative list. The Chief Compliance Officer must attend the PIC meeting and document compliance with agency administrative rules. So it is we tried it out for the first time on February the 6th, and it went fine. It's we, like anything new, kind of had to feel our way through it. But we did successfully evaluate the projects and came up with a unanimous recommendations for the projects. However, after that meeting, CPRIT staff discovered that 4 MIRA grants had not had their required fiscal compliance reports approved by CPRIT staff as required in the request for application. This is the non-compliance issue that you will hear in a few minutes from the Chief Compliance Officer, David Reisman. Upon further investigation by CPRIT staff, it was discovered that although the 4 were not technically compliant at the time of their application, it was determined that an administrative delay for which CPRIT staff was responsible contributed to the non-compliance. Specifically, the required reports had been submitted, but CPRIT staff had not yet reviewed the reports within their 30-day window we have to review such reports. On this discovery, I reconvened the PIC on February the 12th to discuss this situation. By the time the PIC met that day, 3 of the 4 reports had been reviewed by CPRIT staff and approved. The PIC reapproved those 3. The 4th was approved contingent upon CPRIT staff finding that they were compliant by today's Oversight Committee meeting. That application was deemed compliant later that day of the PIC on the 12th. CPRIT's review process is intricate. As we incorporate new rules and regulations in our processes, we and our grantees are refining schedules and timing accordingly. And I think according to the schedule that you approved at the last Oversight Committee meeting, that as we begin holding training sessions around the state, hopefully towards the middle of the end of next month, we're going to be able to help work out some of these issues. A new step in our pedigree process used by the PIC and the Chief Compliance Officer has been added as a result of this exercise. In sum, upon identifying the administrative issues, specifically that the reports had been submitted by the grantees but not processed by our staff, the reports were processed and the grantees met and do meet all reporting requirements.
Thank you. So, will the fully oriented chair, to recap, 11 grant applications came to the PIC committee in February. The PIC committee is the committee that receives them from the advisory board to then pass them along, if that's the case, and bring them to the Oversight Committee. 7 of those are unaffected, and we'll talk about those, or we'll have certification of those later in a minute. 4 of those, in retrospect, had an administrative, a non-statutory administrative imperfection, and that imperfection was something that related to having some. Since these are continuation grants, and in a new grant it wouldn't be possible. It related to some reporting that needed to happen to give a full update of where one thing or another on the grant would have an update, status update essentially. And those had been submitted by those 4 that in question, but our team on CPRIT had in their 30-day response time, they were within their 30-day response time. They hadn't responded back to let them know there were a few dotted I's and crossed T's that needed to be fixed. So, in a technical sense, at the time of the application, they had an imperfection in their application, but I think the CPRIT staff has determined that was, there was no signal that those applicants had thought they were up to date, had submitted data as best I understand, and then were. Only later let know that they hadn't fulfilled it. So CPRIT staff has, I think, determined that, again, this is a non-statutory issue. They are in compliance. They thought they were in compliance. They're in compliance currently. And so what we want to do is, the motion will be in a minute, I suppose, will be to, listen to the chief compliance officer's report, and then have an up or down vote on these. Is there a question on that, or have I stated it imperfectly?
I don't know if this is a meaningful issue, but in terms of the reports, we were talking about matching certification. They were financial forms. I just didn't want to make it seem like
right.
they were approving continuation awards without knowing whether progress had been made. So they were financial forms, and you had to be programmatically and fiscally up to date on the continuation grants.
Gotcha. Thank you. So at this time, we'll recognize David Reisman, Chair of the CPRIT's Chief Compliance Officer, to provide the compliance certification report for these award.
Thank you, Chair Rice, and good morning, members. My name is David Reisman. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for CPRIT. As Dr. Rice laid out, there was 11 applications. With regard to the research training awards, the continuing grants for years 4 and 5 for those research training awards, I conferred with the CPRIT and SRA staff, studied the supporting grant review documents, including third-party observer reports and peer review meetings. I studied the applicable pedigrees and third-party observer reports that support those application in that application review process, and accordingly I certify that award slate for the committee's consideration. Next, the multi-investigator research awards for the continuation grants for years 4 and 5, and those were the grants at issue that were just discussed. With those, I did confer with CPRIT and SRA staff, studied the supporting grant review documentation, including third-party observer reports for the peer review meetings. The applicable pedigrees and third-party observer reports support that the application review process was followed. However, review of programmatic and fiscal reporting shows that all 4 MIRA continuation grants had not submitted one or more required financial status reports in a time prescribed in the request for application for the grants at issue. Specifically, the RFA provides an applicant institution that is delinquent in a programmatic and/or fiscal reporting for its CPRIT MIRA grant at the time the grant application deadline is not eligible for an additional MIRA funding. Since the 4 MIRA applicants did not provide the required financial status reports by the application deadline, they were not in compliance with CPRIT's RFA requirements. Accordingly, these 4 MIRA applications do not qualify for compliance certification. That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarity, they didn't meet, we say that last sentence, they didn't meet the certification because they didn't have those filed at the time of application. I was thinking that they had filed them, but we had not processed them yet and then responded back. Is that?
And that was it, and I heard that discussion, and I think that may just be, that is a confusing way to put it. To submit your financial status report, certain other financial information should have been reviewed and returned to that applicant. And that, in that case, I think Ms. Doyle mentioned the matching funds certification. Those types of reports need to be submitted, approved by CPRIT staff, and then once that's done, the agency can submit its financial status report. Well, it varied among the 4 applicants, the facts at issue in each case, but at least in some of them, those matching certifications were submitted to CPRIT, and there was a 30-day period in which CPRIT can look at those, typically look at those, and return those. Those were done timely by CPRIT staff. However, it did kind of cross over into this application period. So because the applicant could have been waiting for that, for CPRIT staff to approve that before, so that they needed to get their financial service statement reports filed on time, it crossed over the application deadline. That's what happened. So the FSRs here were not submitted by the deadline. What happened is the previous reports, matching fund certification reports, may have been submitted, and they were waiting for those to be returned.
Right.
Can I make a clarification?
Yes, please.
Yes.
The financial status reports cannot be submitted until everything else is done. So it's not that they weren't submitted because the system would not allow them to be submitted.
I see. So
that's what I
see. And they may have run into the situation or the conundrum where they had not received those back from CPRIT, but yet they had a deadline for an application, so they had to go. And so we're trying to make that exceedingly clear so that the board, the Oversight Committee, can accept or potentially not accept that exception to this process. Is there any other discussion or question on this?
Still a little confused. So, in listening to Wayne, I thought that this was a foul that had been remedied or wasn't fatal. But then listening to you just then, it made it sound as if at least it puts them on ice for a while and they won't be considered today. Is that?
The situation is, if you go by the compliance standards, the RFA is pretty airtight. That FSR isn't, that financial status report isn't in on time, you don't get funded. But that's a rule or regulation that CPRIT put into place. So as a compliance officer, I can't certify, yes, it's all been done, and so I can't do that. However, the CPRIT board could grant an exception to that based on the circumstances and consider any mitigating circumstances here. And I think what the CEO Roberts explained was that in this instance, it's up for the board's consideration to weigh that mitigating circumstances and to determine and grant that exception for these four.
And the PIC was reconvened in order to discuss the mitigating circumstances, and we felt that they justified continuing the projects.
I see. So even though he found them not,
he has to call it as he sees it, and I would imagine, the vast majority of times that would have stopped these projects. But we did feel with as all of our new processes and this is unfolding. I mean, we dove down into it. I mean, you deny an institution's grant, they're going to be upset. They're going to ask about it. So we took quite a bit of time to find out exactly what had happened, and it gives you some insight into the intricate system that they have. They have to input this stuff onto a massive online computer system, which will be described somewhat a little bit later in this meeting in the SRA presentation. But everything is done on this large application review process. And it was a sequence. Dr. Kripke's correct. There are blocks. They can't do certain things until our desk reviews occur and free it up. Say this is okay. Move on to the next step. And this is going to be something that the staff is going to have to address in-house. It's stuff that we're going to have to address with the institutions. This is, we believe, an administrative issue that did not justify stopping these MIRAs. That said, the institutions are going to have to learn to really take the language, in this case into the RFAs, very seriously, and to be aware that the compliance office or the desk reviewers at CPRIT haven't approved that, so I can't submit this, and to proactively call us. Right now, we still don't have those folks I keep calling grant specialists, but one of the two things we've got going is there are notifications that come up through our computer system that alerts when you're out of compliance. But we, as a staff, are going to proactively see if a deadline is approaching and a grantee is not compliant, call that grantee up and find out what the issues are behind it. In this case, the program staff can look at the nuances in the RFA and add that to the stuff that has to be checked. We're not fully staffed there, but my philosophy is that it does require a lot of effort on behalf of the grantees, but I've got a lot of years of working with institutions of higher education, and sometimes it does require a friendly customer service warning, and I want to provide that. I want us to have 100% compliance in all of our programs, and I don't want to just rely upon institutions complying. I want us on our end to be watching when they might be getting into trouble.
I understand it now. I guess perhaps it was the order, because I heard from you that, just in summary, that all 11 were okay, and then Mr. Reisman's saying that 4 wrong. But
I said all 11 were okay, but I want to point out that Mr. Reisman's about to say there was a glitch on 4 of them.
And I didn't want it to. It sounded like perhaps Mr. Reisman was unpersuaded, but now I understand that.
Mr. Reisman was very persuaded.
All right, thank you.
Is an improvement to avoid this in the future something that would be an alert system that SRA, the grant management system, might have in place, or one of the things that maybe comes out of this is how do we not have, how do we prevent this in the future? That's one thing. And second thing is, as I personally reflect on this, and try to decide how to proceed, at least how I might vote, I'm reminded that I believe we sense that, notwithstanding the fact that the institutions were in the process and waiting, there was some ability to move more quickly or more tactically by the CPRIT staff, who could have realized that they have a 30-day process of reviews in their stack, but only the number 42 in that stack is actually somebody that needs to be attended to today, because they've got a deadline for their application tomorrow, and we didn't really have that visibility into the system. We didn't have any kind of like a dashboard to see that kind of stuff, and so we weren't able to react.
There are some automatic alerts, but I want to, I really want to make this point clear. CPRIT staff, we had a part to play in this administrative delay, but this is a learning process from me on down. And this was something that we identified and looked at it. Had I thought that this was an egregious situation of non-compliance without a rational explanation, I would not have voted. My vote on the pick would have been different. The staff is going to learn. This is, as I said, a learning experience, and it could have been me who made it. It could have been anybody on the staff. This stuff is really intricate, and we will get it right.
Amy, Ms. Mitchell?
Did our staff go beyond the 30-day review period, or were they submitted late?
Not to my knowledge. The 30-day review period, I was referring to the matching certification, approvals, and I think our staff, as far as I'm concerned, was within that 30 days in responding back to them. It just crossed over because they were not aware of the deadline coming up for the application. They didn't know they were applying. That's why I think CEO Roberts was saying more compliance monitor staff that we had plan to bring on board need to be in communication with these. There needs to be a communication, and as we discussed at the audit meeting the other day, we'd like to bring on a vendor to come in and structure our compliance staff to address issues like that, so we know where communication is going, what staff is required everywhere, and we know where communication is going, who should be reporting to who, because it's a very intricate system that needs to be in place.
What I would have liked to have seen happen, and we're working towards this, is the line staff would identify this kind of a situation and get to the bottom of it, and in this case go to our desk reviewers and say, could you speed this one up? There's nothing that prohibits that. And
okay, I understand. Thank you.
May I interrupt the proceeding just for 1 second and welcome Senator Nelson to the room? And Senator Nelson is our longstanding chair of the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services and a key member of the Senate Finance Committee. She's a 21-year Texas State Senator. She's currently chair of the Sunset Advisory Commission and doing that labor, I believe, this day. She is one we want to thank and recognize and invite to speak to us. She was an originator of the CPRIT Constitutional Amendment, Proposition 15, and the enabling legislation, and certainly toiled through the last legislative session and was the author of Senate Bill 149, which, but for that bill, we wouldn't be here today likely. So we appreciate your presence and you're dedicated to cancer in Texas and would welcome any comments. But before we go there, can I ask any other board members if they have a comment or a thought to share?
Senator, we appreciate all the work that you have done and know that it was some pretty heavy lifting, certainly in this last session, and we're all appreciative. We thank you.
Thank you. Well, did I cut your, I don't want to cut your presentation.
I wanted you to cut it.
I think that worked out for everybody.
Couldn't be better.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. It is so good to be here, and it's so good to see you all, and it is so nice to know that you are here and working, and we are moving full steam ahead. I'd really want to take this opportunity today to thank you for what you all are doing. Your time, I know how much time and energy and expertise all of you are bringing to this podium on a very important mission. We created CPRIT in 2007. It was a lot of work by a lot of people. We made it a 10-year commitment that we were going to support the fight against cancer. We were going to invest in prevention. We were going to bring quality research projects to Texas. And we were going to bring the best and the brightest to Texas to make our state a premier research corridor. And that's happened. At that time, and I see some people out there that were around during that time, I thought when you said 21 year, when you were I thought you were going to introduce me as a 21-year-old. 40, I believe. Yeah, 40. Okay, I'll take that. But some of you were here when we passed this bill, and truly, I believe in those 21 years, this is going to have a much greater impact than anything else I've done as a legislator, truly impacting lives of Texans. And I've said this over and over again, but I will say it again. When I'm an old lady sitting in a rocking chair and telling my grandchildren about my days in the Texas legislature, the one thing I'm going to tell them I am so proud of is that I helped pass the legislation that found cures for cancer. And I still believe that. Now, we're halfway through that commitment, and I'm so thankful that we have so many tangible results that we've found. We have, and I know you all know this, but I'm saying this for anybody out there that doesn't know, we have recruited 56 outstanding researchers to Texas from world-renowned institutions. I have met with some of them. They are brilliant. I'm so happy to have them in Texas, and I'm so excited about some of the things they're teaching me about. We have screened over 319,000 Texans for cancer, including more than 113,000 people who were screened for the first time in their lives, and I am so happy about that. And one of our grant recipients is conducting clinical trials on a drug that would less invasively test for would treat liver cancer and would have many fewer side effects than what is currently available. And that's just a little snapshot. I kind of pulled out, some of the things that have been going on. Unfortunately, over the last year and a half, those achievements were all overshadowed by some extremely poor judgment. And I have to tell you, we fought so hard to create this entity. I mean, this bill, when we first created CPRIT, we called it the bill with 9 lives, because we kept losing it and recovering it, losing and recovering it. And it was an army of people who believed in this that helped pass it. And we knew that in order for this to succeed, there had to be complete public trust in what we were doing. Ethical lapses were our biggest fear, and we drafted a bill that we knew had all the checks and balances that we needed. They were stronger than what the National Institutes of Health required, and what happened was like a big punch in the gut, quite frankly. I was stunned. But determined that we were not going to let the actions of a few stand in the way of a mission that I still believe will lead to cures and treatments for cancer, not just for Texans, but individuals around the world. And so last session, we did, and it was tough. We did pass a bill that restructured this agency. It created more transparency and set out what I believe, Mr. Roberts, are ironclad ethical standards.
Yes, ma'am.
However, in the past, I saw strong rules and laws that were interpreted in ways that no reasonable person would have interpreted them. So I'm counting, members, on you, on each of you, to make sure that you uphold not only the letter of the law and rules, but you uphold the spirit of that legislative intent. And I'm counting on you all to do that. That's why I'm here today. In order for CPRIT to succeed, we have to have absolute trust from the public. That trust has been shaken, and it's your responsibility to show the people of Texas that we are moving forward with a commitment to transparency and to fairness, and this is a very strong group here that's been assembled to lead our efforts. You've got a tall mountain to climb. A lot of people will be watching your actions closely, as will I, and I'm here to support you in any way I can. Hundreds of thousands of Texans' lives are battling this terrible disease, and I have such hope that this is it. This is what we're going to do. So anything I can do, I'm here to thank you. I'm here to tell you I'm here to help in any way I can, and we're all watching you. Don't let me down.
Senator, thank you.
You're welcome.
For your words and your vision and leadership, and for being here today.
Great.
Anybody else have questions or comments or thoughts?
And Mr. Roberts, I've got great confidence in you.
I know, ma'am. I feel you watching me. And that's fine.
Great. Thank you. Carry on. Good to see all of you. Thank you.
Take care.
Carry on.
I believe we were at the point, seems a bit, I'm not sure of the word. Anyway, we're ready to move on, and unless there are other questions or comments on the topic which was at hand, which was, again, we were dissecting the issues at hand with the 4 MIRA grants. And are there other questions or comments before we proceed with the process here? What we're going to do basically is we're going to recognize the some abstentions, and then we're going to go ahead and have a motion to approve. Any other comments, questions?
Before you go further, Chair, I think you touched on something that resonated with me, and that is that we probably need to fine-tune our process to some extent, because it sounds like we have a little bit of a catch-22 here, and we're going to get caught in this situation going forward. And so I'm encouraged by your recommendation that we look at the process and see if we can streamline it a bit so we don't have these issues coming forward.
Yes, thank you.
And I wanted to add, members, that you adopted administrative rules at the last Oversight Committee meeting, and we will be implementing the rules that touch the grant recipients by June 1st, after we do some extensive training with them, because they will have consequences, and some of those things will involve timing in terms of how we process our financial status reports. So we will have to work on an internal process. One thing that I will say that CPRIT, our financial office, has always done is processed the reports in the order that they come in. We don't give people special preference. Now I will say this is an unusual circumstance, but in the past, when we're doing a reconciliation project, when we're bringing everybody up to compliance, people would say, oh, can you take this one now, do this one, it's like, well, then all of the 500 other FSRs that have come in, keep in mind we get FSRs, financial status reports, on a quarterly basis from every one of our grant recipients. So think of the 500 grant awards that we've made. That's 2,000 reports that are coming in that are being processed, and that's in addition to matching fund certification and other requests. So this will be something ongoing that we'll work on internally, but this probably will not be the first or the last time you hear about an issue with our, and I've just been talking about our administrative rules. This was an issue where it was included in our request for applications. But this will be, again, where we will be talking with you. And, this will be a learning process for all of us as we roll out some of the rules. You saw that there was a rule amendment that was on the agenda, and we ended up not taking it up. And that's because we've been having a continuing discussion after rules have been adopted with the universities in terms of the audit requirement that we have and how we can ensure that they're compliant with our audit requirements while not doing our best to avoid causing the state universities to expend, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars on, a duplicative or unnecessary audit. So this will be a continuing discussion that we have with the Oversight Committee.
Thank you. In just perspective, I would add that what's unusual in this circumstance also is that in the vast majority of these applications that we deal with, those are first-time applications. Then there's no continuation part, so there is no. So if let's say it this way: if you're an applicant and you've received a grant, and this month or this quarter you failed to do your reporting, then the funds are cut off and you don't get paid until that's fixed and addressed. So normally that would be, we have a recourse. In the case of this renewal thing, that's actually something that we've not really had to do, which is to associate a renewal with an application, if that makes sense, because most applications come in as de novo, and there is no back look to sort of see if they're up to date on. So anyway, so I can see that the process is a bit unique to this circumstance and these renewals. I don't even know if we have any more renewals that will happen in the next. We have no more out there. So this is the one-time occurrence, which is probably why we newly uncovered a bit of an imperfection in our process. It'd be my observation.
Yeah, I'd like to add and expand a little bit on Kristen's point. Part of transparency is us bringing forward to the governing board items that previously we might have just resolved on the staff level. And a lot of that stuff that my predecessor and others dealt with, and this occurs in other agencies, is your staff goes to great length to resolve problems before they come to the board. But not everything can be resolved. And in our case, when we've got all of these new checks and balances, with Mr. Reisman coming up and talking about these at the time of the application were out of compliance is correct, and we looked into it, and there were mitigating factors that we thought justified not killing these projects. And I think you, as a board, and the public can expect a lot more getting down into the weeds of stuff that goes on with your staff than is customary at other state agencies, and I think that's a good thing.
Mr. Chairman, could I?
Please.
It's been a good discussion, and I feel like everybody now understands where we are at this point. Mr. Reisman's last words in his statement were that 4 were not in compliance. And to not just leave that hanging out there, could I ask you, after you've reviewed where we are and your awareness of everything that has taken place since the moment you determined those 4 were not in compliance, have you grown comfortable that those problems that you identified have been addressed, and as we consider these, that you as Chief Compliance Officer have no concerns about the integrity of those applications at this point?
I'm glad you asked that question because it's probably going to have to be dealt with at some point. As a compliance officer, I'm here to look to see whether something's in compliance. And here, they were not in compliance. It was brought up, it was worked with, and there is no avenues at the staff level, as E.O. Roberts explained, to make a decision, within the rules that would have brought it in compliance before we brought it to you. So appropriately, we brought this issue to you to look at those mitigating circumstances. It's up to you all to weigh those mitigating circumstances and determine if it's enough to be in compliance. I think if it's always incumbent upon the compliance director, you need to approve this for us, it puts an unfair burden and probably a not policy-wise burden on the compliance director to go the way that you want it to go. The true transparency is, as we did it today, we bring it to you to determine those mitigating circumstances. It's not in compliance. There's things that we can do. This is going to happen again, and again and again. It's going to be sometimes it's going to be CPRIT staff's fault. It's sometimes going to be the institution's fault. It's sometimes going to be a thunderstorm out in Houston that they couldn't get their application in on time. I think if one of the things, main thing we have to do is work on our policies, our communications to address this in the future. Another thing is to, the board may want to consider adopting certain policies, granting the staff the exception in certain circumstances to say, okay, we've looked at it, we've investigated it, Director Roberts makes this determination that it meets the criteria of one of those, that it's okay. And then I can, as a compliance officer, I can say, okay, that determination's been made, it's went through the process, and it's been made. At the Ethics Commission, this happened all the time when things were late. Ultimately, the board granted me, as the executive director, the authority to say, to look into it. Well, yeah, they were in the hospital. Yeah, they didn't file it on time. And so it didn't have to go to the board for that person to come in and say that. But so there's things that can be done at that level, too, as well as process and procedure levels to address these issues, because they will keep happening.
Just to ask, as the compliance officer, you determined that we're not in compliance, but your opinion is the compliance officer and one of the consciences of our organization. Do you feel that the efforts that were made to mitigate the non-compliance have been sufficient? So substantively, we have all the information we need in order to judge these 4 applications?
Yes, and part of my job was to make sure we had all that information, to make sure we reached out, we investigated, we talked to staff, we looked at the documentation, those reports did come in. It seems like the facts that were presented to you today were correct, that it was, there was a crossing of application deadlines with reviews and processes that could have been better. Is probably partly to blame on both sides' fault. And we looked at all that, and all those mitigating circumstances are true. So
but you're okay with where
comfortable.
We are?
Yes, I am very okay.
You have no
yes.
objection? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments before we proceed? Questions? Yes, sir.
Kristen, do we have the right to waive our own rules? And I guess I'm just wondering how much we've cemented ourselves into some action.
And that's always good to consider. Now, I will say the Houston example or the hospital example, we already have covered in our rules. We have exceptions where good cause can be granted. So if an application is due and we say it must be submitted by 3 p.m., and that is a material requirement of our RFA. So at 3 o'clock, the application portal closes and you cannot submit anything. We have a process where an applicant can submit a written request and detail why they couldn't get it in. A thunderstorm in Houston, being in the hospital, usually it's an IT issue is the problem, since everything's electronic and they couldn't upload this PDF. And that gets sent to the program officer, who must make an individual determination that there's either good cause to grant an extension, and we have a process in place where if an extension is granted, then the portal's open for 1 hour to allow them to upload the information, rather than give them an advantage by giving them, lots of extra time to prepare their report. So we have that already in our rules. No, you can't waive the rules for a situation if something like this comes up. You want to be very careful when you walk into a situation about waiving rules, because the rulemaking process is governed by the statute. It requires processes in terms of publication, in terms of public input, and then final adoption. So if you make changes, if you say, okay, on that one, we're not going to say that, here we said it was material and you could apply, now we're not going to apply it, you're opening yourself up for some major problems. In this situation, I will say this was in the request for admissions. It's not in our. It was not in our rules, and our rules were not adopted at the time. So this is an issue of, in the request for applications, it stated, in order to be eligible for this award, at the time you have to be fiscally and programmatically compliant. So for an RFA, which is not governed by our administrative rules at that time. Now we do have something in our administrative rules that say you have to comply with the material and substantive requirements. So if this were an issue that came up at that time, I think you'd have to be you would have to weigh the compliance issue. I mean, David stated it correctly. There's blame on all sides. But, what's said in the RFA says that in order to be eligible, you have to, and you can't go back in time and make them eligible, retrospectively.
Well, having gone through the pick process, is it just a matter of the timing having been off, but other than that, substantively, these 4 requests, they're legitimate in every other way?
Right. And we very easily could have worded that request for application to say, instead of at the time the application is submitted, we could have changed the words to say at the time that the application was awarded, and then there'd be no issue, because we would have, they're all in compliance as of today when you will be considering them. And so that is something, like we've all been saying, it's a learning issue for all of us. It probably won't continue. I don't know that we'll have many continuation grants going forward. And if we do, we will all know about this issue. But there are other things in our administrative rules. I mean, I think one thing that we have pointed out is, for financial status reports, you have 90 days to file them after the quarter ends. If you do not file it within the 90 days and you have not requested an extension, you will waive that reimbursement amount. So it could be $1 million, it could be $100. If that's in our administrative rules, and that will be an issue, I think. And we do have some things that will affect eligibility. Now, it will not be a surprise because it's our last hook into people. If at the end of a final award, the very last progress report that you have to submit, the very last financial status report that you have to submit, if you have not submitted that within 6 months after the end of your the end of your project, then your institution will not be eligible to file for applications. So, but those will be reported in David's reports to you quarterly. There'll be a big red flag even before there'll be any kind of eligibility issue. We'll be wanting to know why somebody is 6 months out after the end of their project and has not given us the last documents.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we proceed?
Mr. Chairman, and not to beat a dead horse, but, a concern that I think all of us have is that nobody on the staff ever feels pressured to do anything other than what he or she thinks is the right thing to do. And I'm confident that's not the circumstance here. But you could imagine that possibility, and that the compliance officer at some point in the future might feel pressure to go along with something that he or she's not comfortable with. And this conversation, I think, is a very good one, because it has aired all of the discussions that were behind this decision today. But we expect our chief compliance officer to be the check all the boxes, but also do more than that, and make sure that not only are we operating within the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law and the spirit of all the regulations that guide us. So I just think it was very important to have this conversations. In the future, the compliance officer would feel comfortable saying, heck no, we got to stop this. I'm just not comfortable with where we are. And the possibility could exist in the future that somebody on the staff might try to put pressure on him or her to do something other than that. So I think this conversation has been helpful. And thanks, Mr. Reisman, for raising this issue as you have, and then sharing your professional opinion on it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the CPRIT Oversight Committee members play a role in the grant award process, and we are subject to CPRIT's conflict of interest standards. So I'll note for the record that Oversight Committee member Amy Mitchell has reported a conflict of interest with application ID numbers 140020, 140021, 140022, 140024, 140102, 140103, 140105, 140106, 140108, 140110, 140113. Oversight Committee member Jerry Geiswhite has reported a conflict of interest with application ID number 140024. In accordance with CPRIT's rules, Mrs. Mitchell and Mr. Geiswhite are recused from discussion or action on the applications, as they have reported a conflict of interest on them. So are there any other reported conflict of interest declarations for Oversight Committee members that we've not reported? Seeing none, I will note for the record that Dr. Kripke has reported a conflict of interest with application ID number RP 140106. These award recommendations are subject to the law in effect at the time of the application's submission. This means that the process to finalize the PICS recommendation will follow the procedure put into place with the enactment of Senate Bill 149. The PICS recommendation will be approved if 2/3 of the Oversight Committee present are able to vote. The PICS recommendations will be approved if 2/3 of the Oversight Committee present and able to vote takes action to approve the PICS funding recommendations. The Chair proposes that the Oversight Committee take action to approve the award recommendations by application type. This would mean that we would take a vote of the training application as one group. The exception would be if an Oversight Committee member wants to vote on an application individually, or if an Oversight Committee member has reported a conflict of interest. So I think at this point we'd like to have a motion to follow the processes we've laid out and for voting on the grant award. So is there a motion to proceed in this way?
So moved.
Is there a question, Dr. Monroe?
Yeah, the question is, I have a couple of questions and comments about the grants. So when will...
Let's do that in 1 second. Right now, I think we're taking a motion to vote by type. So let's do that, and we have a motion, and then we're looking for a second. Second. So anybody, all in favor, say aye, please. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, so the motion carries. We'll address them by application type. And so rather than proceed, let's ask Dr. Mulrow if you have a question, because I believe the training grant continuing awards were going to be what we did next, which are the 7 that have not been the focus of the discussion over the last 30 minutes or so.
My comment and question doesn't apply only to this particular area, but I read the reviewers' comments, and I noticed that they occasionally pointed out deficiencies, which is the purpose of reviewers, and they occasionally pointed out instances where progress had not been ideal. And my question is, how do we follow up on those kind of comments? Do we give particular attention to those awardees and help remediate some problems that were identified by the reviewers?
What we do is provide those comments to the investigator, to the principal investigator, so that they have some feedback on what the reviewers thought were deficiencies or things that could be improved. Whether they pay attention to those comments or not is really only followed up if they apply for additional funding, new grants, or competitive renewal of those applications, and then those would be looked at to see if they had followed up on the previous comments. But the staff does not do that with each individual grant. Having 300 or 400 grants, we couldn't follow it. We simply don't have the staff available to follow up with all of the reviewers' comments on every grant that we give out.
And the funding that we are giving out in these awards are 1, 2, 3-year funding today?
This is 2 years. This is years 4 and 5 of a total 5-year award. So each one of these, both the Myers and the training awards, have already been funded for 3 years, and this is the final 2 years of that 5-year award.
So would there be any role in the staff paying particular attention to a couple of these where deficiencies were noted, with the idea that if substantive progress hadn't been made within 1 year, that might influence their final year of funding?
Probably not. Probably not.
Maybe I could ask the question.
Let me just state that program staff is myself and my assistant for the research portfolio. And the two of us together don't necessarily have the expertise for every one of these grants to follow up and say, did they implement this or did they not, based on a progress report that's submitted. So the system is not really set up in the way that, say, a DARPA grant is set up, where you have a program manager that manages every single project and works with the principal investigator. This is a different model.
Dr. Crippi, would it be fair to say that the progress that's been made, of course, has been reviewed by the reviewing committees, and based on that, the substantive progress in toto is felt to be sufficient to continue? Of course, that's the whole point of the evaluation, is that while there are opportunities for improvement, substantively they've determined that they've achieved what
recommended moving these forward.
And it's come to the PIC and now to us. Other thoughts or comments? So at this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve the PIC's recommendation for research training grant continuation awards. Is there a motion, please? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So hearing essentially unanimous with the exceptions, hearing approval from at least 2/3 of the members present and able to vote, the motion carries. And again, we'll note for the record that Ms. Mitchell has abstained from voting. And now let's proceed with the other type, the multi-investigator research awards. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve the PIC's recommendation for continuation grants for the following multi-investigator research award. That's RP 140020, 140021, and 140022. Now, just for clarity, I'll ask for the motion for these three, because we'll have one set of abstainers for this one, and then we'll do the fourth, in another motion, because we'll have a different set of abstainers for those, if you'll forgive me for that. So in this case, we're doing those three: 140020, 140021, and 140022, where we'll have only, I believe, one abstainer. So is there a motion, please, to approve these? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So hearing approval from at least two-thirds of the members present and able to vote, the motion carries. And we'll note again for the record that Ms. Mitchell abstained from voting. And as we said a moment ago, now we'll entertain the motion to approve continuation grants for the following Multi-Investigator Research Award. That is RP 140024. And in this case, we'll have again two abstainers, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Geisweit. And so is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So again, hearing approval from at least two-thirds of the members present and able to vote, the motion carries. And we'll note for the record that Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Geisweit did not, they abstained from voting. Having approved the PIC recommendations for the training grant awards and the multi-investigator awards, is there a motion to delegate contract negotiation authority to the Chief Executive Officer and the General Counsel and to authorize the Chief Executive Officer to sign the contracts on the behalf of the Institute? Looking for a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Mr. Chairman, Dr.
Yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
Before we move on to the next item, I've been thinking about the question that Mr. Geisweit asked, and there are several instances throughout the administrative rules where it is built in for an exception to be granted. We talked a little bit about, the application deadline. I am aware, in my experience, that there are some agencies that have maybe more of a broader being able to waive an administrative rule. However, that's an administrative rule in and of itself. So I'll note that there is subcommittee business as an agenda item, and it may be an issue perhaps where the Oversight Committee will want to delegate that consideration of that issue, rather there needs to be an administrative rule change or not to the Board Governance Subcommittee.
Thank you. Given that we're approaching our 100th minute of the morning, can we take a 5-minute break for the group, and then we'll reconvene it in literally 5 minutes, so a short break? I don't think we need a motion. Is that fair? For the record, we're reconvening at 11:54 after a small break. We're picking up on item 7, tab 5. The chair recognizes Kristen Doyle to provide the product development report and to introduce the Chief Executive Officer's grant award recommendations for product development grant awards. Dr. Jack Geltoski joins Ms. Dole and Mr. Roberts here today. Mr. Geltoski is chair of the CPRIT's Product Development Review Council. He's been part of CPRIT's review program almost since inception. Dr. Geltoski's CV has been provided for your review at your chair and in your packet. And he's here to answer Oversight Committee questions about CPRIT's product development portfolio and the Review Council's product development recommendations. So we'll start, I guess, with Ms. Doyle.
Good morning, good afternoon. I am going to be taking you back in time, first of all. Now you've just done the new award process where you vote to approve. These awards, the product development awards, are the last awards that were hung up in the process because of the moratorium, and so they are still governed by the rule that was in the laws that were in effect prior to Senate Bill 149. Also, I'm going to first give you an overview of the product development program over the last 2 meetings. First, Dr. Garcia and then Dr. Kripke have given you an overview of their programs. I have been sitting in the chair of the product development officer, just trying to keep the trains on the track in terms of the 13 companies that we have awards to, and then also in terms of the requests for applications that have gone out last time. But I am very happy to say that we are close to hiring a Chief Product Development Officer, and so I am very hopeful that at the next meeting you will get an opportunity to talk with the new Chief Product Development Officer, and that person will be able to give you, insight into how they think that the portfolio should operate. But I can at least tell you about how we have set up the program at CPRIT. One of the documents that was provided in the board packet is the Economic Development and Commercialization Subcommittee. There was a subcommittee of the Oversight Committee that in June of 2009 issued their report and recommendations on how the commercialization committee should be, the commercialization program at CPRIT should be set up. And so that gives you a bit of history. I'd like to, talk about the product development program. I was talking with Mr. Holmes earlier when we were talking about the difference between commercialization and product development. And I will say some of that is a rebranding. But the rebranding, I think, is appropriate in terms of talking about what CPRIT actually funds and the stage of funding. We are looking at early stage companies typically that are doing the research, it's out of the lab, it's past the discovery phase, and now we are funding preclinical, proof of concept, and some clinical applications. Whether it's the commercialization program or the product development program, kind of the guiding principles for those have all remained the same. The number one is patient impact, and this program is very interesting because many of the awards that you're going to be considering today and many of the companies that have already been funded have applications that are being used by patients right now, either in clinical trials or some of them are actually on the market. One of our early award recipients is Apollo Endosurgery, who had created a surgical tool to address flat polyps that's being used now in practice. Another tenet is economic development. The idea is, whether it's the product development program, the research program, we want to create high-quality jobs in Texas in the life science industry. We also want to generate a critical mass. You'll hear this often. Texas is flyover. We've got both coasts, that have very well-developed both research and then a lot of companies built around those fertile areas of research. And despite having some of the best research facilities in the country, maybe in the world, here in Texas, we just don't have the same life science community. And so CPRIT can make a difference there. And then certainly the direct return on investment. In our statute, we are required as part of our award contract for every award that we make to have an intellectual property and revenue sharing agreement. And so the state will share, we're taking a risk funding these programs, and we will share in the return. We can take milestone payments, royalty payments, equity. There are other mechanisms that we can take, but 90% of all drug development candidates fail to make it to market. And that's really the problem that we have. It takes 15 years to develop lab discoveries that for a drug that a patient can use. And it takes $1 billion. I was looking at it because there's a little, there. In terms of one of our real challenges is in the testing. 80 to 90% of preclinical research will fail before it gets to human testing. 40% of cancer clinical trials won't accrue enough patients to get meaningful results, and 80% of the drugs that enter into phase 1 clinical trials will fail. And I'll ask Dr. Goltowski to add, on this section, and I'm sorry, I should have said this earlier, in the 15 months that I've been sitting in the product development chair, what I have really relied on is the expertise that I have from the Product Development Review Council. Dr. Geltowski is the chair of that, but it also includes Dr. Kapil Dhingra, Roy Cozen, and Dr. David Shoemaker. And all four of these gentlemen have worked very closely with Wayne and I. We have standard calls that are set up every 2 weeks, but we often are reaching out to them more frequently in terms of reporting requirements when we are getting annual reports in terms of assessing the progress against milestones, also on the tranche reporting. So Dr. Geltowski has been instrumental in being able to continue the product development program without having a chief product development officer in place. And he's really the guy, and why it is so important to have him here, to give you both the science and the business perspective. He has his PhD in biochemistry, but he also comes to CPRIT with decades of experience in the industry.
Too many.
Decades.
Decades, 3 to be exact, 3 plus. But everything that Kristen has said in this slide is absolutely true. And I guess the only other comment, and I've experienced this, witnessed it, been disappointed, because, when you're in drug discovery in the pharmaceutical industry, you have to live with disappointment. And you can ask the question, it's a completely legitimate question, why bother? I mean, the odds are so badly stacked against you as an investigator, as an investor, and so forth. And the only answer I can say is, because if you don't do it, it ain't going to happen. I mean, we all need drugs. I mean, the drug industry has been, I think, very, very productive over the course of time. I mean, I'm sure we all, benefit, take drugs that were discovered and developed, by the pharmaceutical industry, and without that, it's just not going to happen. And even though we've made this tremendous progress, we know that there's a heck of a lot more that needs to be done. I mean, we're here to talk about cancer, and great strides, unquestionably, have been made in cancer research and cancer drugs. I mean, all the new targeted therapies, the kinase inhibitors, and so on and so forth, the now immunologically based therapies that have been advanced by, in one particular case, by my past employer, Bristol Myers Squibb. But that seminal discovery, I should say, was in large part made by a fellow named Dr. Jim Allison, who we're very fortunate to have now at MD Anderson. So because we need these drugs, we need to keep at it. I mean, so cancer obviously is why we're here, but we can't forget about other diseases such as Alzheimer's, a lot of other CNS diseases. So we collectively as a society, I believe, need to continue making this investment, even though the odds are extremely daunting. Because without these efforts, it just isn't going to happen, and we're all going to suffer as a consequence. Right. So this is a slide. This is that Kristen has put together. It kind of summarizes or graphically displays what we said in the last slide. Is that it's just a very daunting task, and I guess one cliche that summarizes this is many are called, but very, very few are chosen. And even if you get a drug approved, there's no guarantee that you have a commercial success. And the return on investment in these things is, you get to that NDA or the BLA and you think you're home free, but guess what? You have competition. Guess what? The clinical trials perhaps didn't really reflect what you're going to experience in the general population. So many drugs get approved and that don't really give a proper ROI. That's probably one reason why drugs are so expensive, because the risk that we're paying here in the United States for our drugs, the drug companies are not going to invest any further unless there is a decent ROI, and that unfortunately is reflected in the price that comes along with the drugs, and unfortunately the United States bears the brunt of that.
In terms of this slide, if you think about where CPRIT invests in terms of the product development program, we're really looking at stage 2 and early stage 3. The phase 1, we can also fund phase 2 clinical trials.
Yeah, do the next slide, yeah.
When you say stage 2, you're referring to the stage on the slide, not The
Yes, if you see stage
yeah.
2 up above
Preclinical.
where it says preclinical,
Right.
yes.
Just for clarity.
Yes. So this slide is a bit of a, well, it is definitely an overused cliche. It's the valley of death between discovery research and the clinic. And this is where CPRIT plays an incredibly large role in funding actually the preclinical work and the clinical trial, the phase 1 clinical trial work. And companies have one difficult time getting funding there. NIH doesn't like to fund this sort of thing. It's more aimed at basic research, of course. And unfortunately, the venture community, which historically is where people had looked, the biotech industry had looked for capital to do the work. The venture community, and Craig can probably weigh in on this pretty heavily too, has become extremely risk averse, and for good reason. I mean, there were a lot of failures out there, a lot of bad companies, a lot of bad technology got advanced and was invested in, and guess what? No return on investment. So rightfully so, the limited partners are not too interested anymore in investing in venture, in early stage stuff, and a lot of venture groups will not invest in anything until they see full proof of concept, post phase 2, and how you get there without any money, God only knows. It's kind of
There's a little people wandering.
right.
Since our mission is to prevent and cure cancer, can we pick a different metaphor than the Valley of Death?
You're right.
Maybe desert would be fine, but
Right. Yeah.
I did not put Valley of Death on the slide.
Yeah, this phrase was discovered about 10 years ago, and nothing has come to replace it well, unfortunately.
Where does an IND occur normally?
Between the preclinical phase 1 spot. That you could put a box there that says IND. And that's a big milestone for a lot of our companies, because a lot of our companies are preclinical and they've got animal model work that's all done, but they have to do a whole bunch of toxicology and very formal, rigorous work that can bear the inspection of the FDA, because the FDA won't let you put a drug into a person until they are convinced that it's safe. They don't really, they hope that it's going to be efficacious, but the worst thing is, of course, they don't want to do harm. And so a lot of that work, that toxicology, pharmacokinetics, absorption, drug metabolism, et cetera, that's where the big expense occurs. It's heavily documented, heavily regulated, and that adds another layer of expense onto it. And that's one of the things that we fund.
And as a reminder, that happens before they make an IND?
You need that in the package to submit to the FDA for the IND, right. Yeah. Okay, so in terms of the candidates that we invest in, obviously these have to be Texas-based. And interestingly, in addressing one of the comments that Kristen had in a previous slide, to build the infrastructure, a better infrastructure, enhance the biotech industry infrastructure in Texas, it really would help us enormously if we could get companies to move here. And I think we might have a slide later on to show what % of the applicants come from out of state. And not that we give any preference to those people, believe you me. I mean, we're very objective in terms of where the applications come from. But it would be the more that we can bring into the state of Texas, and it's got to be more than a post office and a secretary. It's got to be the company, or the bulk of the company has to reside here. And we're finding, gratifyingly, that a lot of out-of-state companies are interested in coming to Texas, because guess what? The slide that I just showed before, they're having a hard time finding funds. Now, the fact that, so we're not the only people that will fund, obviously a requirement for the companies to get funding from us is that they have to have a 50% match from somewhere else, either be the venture community, angel investors, private equity, or the government. So for us to be able to fund somebody, for every dollar we put in, they've got to go out and give 50 cents, or else they don't get our dollar. The bulk, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll add a couple of things under this point. We have the bulk of funds have to be expended in Texas, and one of the things is that we require the grantees to tell us when they're going to spend money outside of Texas, because it also helps us to identify, are there things that are not available in Texas where perhaps CPRIT could make a difference. You know, why are you having to go outside of the state for this unique issue? One of them is Charles River, as we see that quite a lot. And that may be something in terms of gathering data where, the product development subcommittee or the new chief product development officer can look at that data, and it may be something that, going forward you look at in terms of a program priority. Is there something we need to address in Texas? The last bullet point under eligibility is something I want to remind everyone about. I mean, we have approved these awards, the research awards, and will not reject these awards. But I want to remind everyone that's not the end of the story. Our statute says that the way that awards are made is via a contract. So the Oversight Committee has to ratify the recommendations made by the review councils, made by PIC. But after today, what happens is we start the contract negotiation process. And there may be issues that an applicant cannot agree to. Maybe they can't make the matching fund certification, or if they're coming from out of state, they have to be in Texas in order to receive the grant. Maybe they want to move, like Jack said, maybe they want to have a post office box instead of committing to what it means to be in Texas. If we can't come to an agreement on the contract, then there is no award that's made. Just because an award is announced at an open meeting does not mean that now they have some entitlement to those funds.
Right. So the stages of development are pretty much everything from very early stage research. I don't think we've ever seen anything in phase 3, maybe a device.
Right.
It'd be great if we saw phase 3. Of course, that's going to cost a lot more to fund, but at least you've taken a lot of risk out of the equation. So I would say on average what we typically are seeing are at the preclinical and early clinical phase 1. What's interesting is in the state of Texas, through physician-sponsored IRBs or physician-sponsored INDs, we actually see occasionally, which is great, human clinical data. Because they've been able to, they don't have to go through the feds, but they have to go through their institutional IRBs. And, they have hurdles that they have to jump over, of course, largely around the safety. So there have been some projects that we've had review, and I would look at the titles and, man, that's pretty far out there. That's pretty weird. And then you dig in and say, wow, they've got clinical data. And look, there might be a signal there. They haven't established proof of concept yet, but they can see, because typically in a phase 1, you're going into very sick cancer patients. You typically say in phase 1, I'm only doing this for safety and to try to find a dose, but oh, by the way, I'm also going to look for signs of activity. So there have been a number of projects that we've looked at. We already saw some hints of activity. Now, they had to go back and get a federally sponsored IND and do all that work, but you're a lot more confident. They've already been into man. They haven't killed anybody. They haven't done any harm. And oh, by the way, it looks like, there might be some activity.
Just to clarify that point, for an IRB-approved investigator-sponsored study, it needs an IND if it's an investigational drug. So the studies you were talking about would have to be with previously approved drugs.
Yeah, that's true. In those cases, yeah, there's some of the reformulations and so forth that we've seen. You're right. So in terms of what we look at then are largely therapeutics, which is really what I think most of us are focused on, although there's some very interesting applications we see in diagnostics and biomarkers, because this has become very, very popular, if not mandatory, in oncology drug development these days, that you need to have a biomarker. You need to be able to figure out, or at least, have an idea going in what patients are going to respond. So typically now you have some sort of genomics-based test. So we have a lot of companies in the state, or not a lot, but we have a significant number of companies in Texas with very strong technology that serves that function. And we look very favorably on those companies, because there's a lot less risk in getting a diagnostic approved than there is for a therapeutic. executive. And we do see devices. I mean, in fact, one of the ones that are coming up for approval this afternoon is a device that we feel very, very strongly about.
I'd add just a couple more points. I would note I've included the request for applications that we had released in December and where the applications are currently in the review process, just so you can get kind of a feel for what the product development application process is like. The other thing that I wanted to point out, we've included translational research, and I think that Dr. Kripke addressed this at a previous meeting. Dr. Kripke has worked with the Product Development Review Council. She's joined many of these standing conference calls that we have. And as part of the discussion between Dr. Kripke and the Product Development Review Council, we've made the decision to move the Early Translational Research Award over to the Product Development Program for consideration. And we are looking hopefully, to releasing a request for applications for the Early Translational Research applications, hopefully this spring, I want to say in March. And we'll be working with the Product Development Subcommittee on that. So this is CPRIT's current product development portfolio. We have 13 companies. It's a lot of numbers on there. You can see CPRIT investment. The thing that I really want to draw your attention to is the follow-on capital. So for $98 million in total that has been announced in awards, these companies that we have funded have been able to attract $374 million in additional capital. So this is capital that they've raised after receiving the CPRIT award. Do you have anything to? They can use and some of the time when they have raised, they've done a Series A or Series B, they can use those funds. They may be dedicating them to the same project. But I asked specifically tell us the amount of money that you have raised since the CPRIT awards.
I mean, I don't have anything to add. I guess that one of the things I could embellish on there a little bit is that companies that we invest in very rarely have problems getting additional funds. And the diligence that we go through with our review committee, with our review council, and then the further due diligence that we pay for by a third party called ICON is very highly respected in the investment community. So if we say yes to something, the chances are very, very high that the company is going to be able to find funding elsewhere. There are a couple of examples. I don't know if it shows up in any slide, but I can give you a real live example through a friend of mine who works in a Pfizer venture fund, who we're actually bringing in as one of our reviewers. And it turns out she through Pfizer are investors in Myrna, which is one of the companies that we're supporting. And she told me that without CPRIT money, Pfizer and other investors would not have invested. So to me, that was a very, very powerful statement. And the fact that Myrna is doing, I don't know if I'd go so far as saying great, because it's hard to say great until you get an approved product. They're making very solid progress. So I think this is going to, hopefully, will be one of our poster children. And without that investment, Pfizer would have not have put the money in, and that's smart money. Pfizer is definitely smart money.
So if CPRIT puts its good housekeeping seal on it, does that translate into the second dollar that comes in after our first dollar has fewer rights? In other words, are we getting something in the contract negotiation because we are putting them through this big review that other companies don't have to?
Well, so all investors are going to expect a return on their investment, and so we negotiate that as part of the contract that we have with them. And one thing that I did want to say is, CPRIT never wants to be the last dollar into a project. Where we are investing is too early stage. If you think about the $1 billion that it takes to bring a drug to market, we're getting them. We're building a little bit of the bridge over that gap. We're getting them to the point where somebody else says, "This is interesting, and I'm going to start putting my money in it." So the reason why I point that out is, we do not want to create a situation where we're asking for, $50 15% royalties, 25% royalties, something where a future investor would say, that's crazy, I'm never going to get a benefit of it.
Right. But likewise, you want to give away all the due diligence.
You're right.
It's a fine
that's
line.
cost.
Yeah, you want to get it done, but you don't want to be foolish. You want to be taken advantage of. It's always a fine line as a licensor of early technology, and I've done a lot of that, and I know it is a fine line. Yeah.
And that's a key question we've been asking of the candidates for the product development position.
The only other thing that I will say, we've covered most of the points on this slide, but, in terms of the funded project, I want to emphasize again, we do look at the underlying science of the project. This is research that's done in companies. I think there's this perception sometimes that, CPRIT's investing in like the labels or, the marketing commercials for drugs, and that's not it. The drug has been discovered, and many times this is the first step out of the lab that they're in, where they're doing their animal studies, they're getting ready, moving into clinical trials. We've had, even just this month, one of the companies that we have funded has completed its IND filing and now has last week started its clinical trial and started enrolling patients. So we're very early stage, but we look at the science that's underlying this. And so for the product development review panel, we include academic-based scientists also, in addition to the reviewers that we have that, many are like Dr. Geltowski, where they have been, have PhDs or MDs, but now are in business entities. We also, as part of our review panel, include some people who are in tech transfer offices or have experience in tech transfer too. So that's the expertise that we're looking at, and the science, the grounding in science, with, in the interviews that we were talking about from yesterday, somebody called it having a suit. We want some responsible business people there too to manage the regulatory process, because that's where you can have really the big mistakes. You don't have a large enough clinical trial that will ultimately be approved. Those are the things that we're looking at.
Right.
For this review cycle that we have going on right now, we have 22 expert reviewers. We also have 4 advocate reviewers. This is the first time that we'll be using advocate reviewers. It's a new requirement under the statute that we include advocate reviewers in all of our review programs. Prevention has used advocate reviewers, I think, from the beginning, but this will be the first time that we'll have them in product development and in the research review panels.
For my benefit, can you tell us what the advocate reviewer does that others don't?
So an advocate reviewer is somebody who has, a personal connection to cancer. They're either a survivor themselves or involved with an organization that advocates on behalf of patients. We do try to, and this will be the first time that we're using it, so we've relied very heavily on SRA, who's our third-party grants administrator. They have a pool of reviewers, and we've asked them, we want advocate reviewers that have participated in other peer review processes, so this won't be overwhelming for them. We try to match up the expertise. We have I believe at least one advocate reviewer that's a doctor, and these advocate reviewers will be approved by you on a later agenda item. And have some advocate reviewers that have some business background. In terms of their participation at meetings, for the applications, they're going to be looking at things like impact, the abstract. They can comment on other things if they have the experience. At the meetings themselves, when we have the in-person presentations, if you think about, a panel of about 15 people, at the in-person presentation, after that's over, every person on the panel gives a score. What they assess is the value of the program. And the advocate reviewer will give their score, and it will be averaged in. So they will have a voice like everyone else on the panel. So this is the information about the applications that we have received now for our RFA closed, I believe it was January 31st. Yes, the submission date was January 31st. So it's 43 applications. In total, they're asking $408 million. We won't bring that request to you. We'll narrow it down. Our first review dates will be on February 28th, and we'll have an in-person presentation on April 1st for applications that survive that process. We'll be doing due diligence in May and June with the idea of first bringing recommendations to the PIC and then to the Oversight Committee for the meeting in August. These are the applications that we've received. I've kind of broken it down by mechanism. We have 10 established companies. Established companies are defined by, have you had a professional round of fundraising? We have 6 company relocations. Those also must have a professional round of fundraising. We have 27 new company applications. That's defined by, have you not had a professional round of fundraising? And you'll see below I have 16 companies come from out of state. The reason why it's 10 more than what you're seeing on the company relocations is because if you are coming from out of state and want to relocate to Texas, but you have not had a professional round of fundraising, then you apply under the new company RFA. So, a third, more than a third of the applications that we received were from companies from out of state. And one of the Chief Product Development Officer's responsibilities will be to promote Texas outside of the state and the opportunities that we have. This is just kind of an example of the amount of money that people are asking for in the Cycle 1 request. We have 5 companies that are asking for more than $20 million. We have a couple companies that are asking for less than $1 million. This is the product development review process. I'm going to color them all in. I've provided you a lot of information in writing. As a lawyer, I always like to put everything in writing. And so it's behind tab 5 for you, but I want to point out a couple things about the process. The way that this starts, and this is what's going on right now, we have the applications with the individual reviewers. They will do kind of the full assessment of the applications. They'll write a critique. They'll do an initial score. We have 3 reviewers assigned to each application. After they've completed that, their scores will be submitted. We'll convene a telephone conference. We'll have a discussion based kind of on the scores. Who do we want to invite? Who do we want to hear more from the in-person presentations? At the end of that panel, so 2, some companies will not proceed further. This is the first place where we really kind of drop people out. The ones that move on will get invited to do in-person presentations. We all get together in Dallas. We've had a hard time scheduling it because we went ahead and set the dates before realizing that Dallas is the host to the NCAA basketball championships. So it's been a tough time getting that all scheduled, but that's another place. The companies come and do presentations. They have 20 minutes where they talk about the companies. They answer questions that have already been asked in writing after the initial review, and then they have 25 more minutes where they get grilled by all of the reviewers in the room. After that's done, they leave, the reviewers discuss it, and decisions are made on who will be moving forward. At that point, we do due diligence, and this is something, Jack talked about this. We use a company that does an assessment of their regulatory issues. They also address any issues that the review panel has brought up that they want further investigation. They'll look at their business operations. They'll look at, their management teams. They'll make recommendations in terms of funding tranches, anything that needs to be addressed. We also have an IP review. We use IP counsel, outside counsel that will do an assessment of the underlying licensing issues, and will point out problems if there are any problems, with freedom to operate or some of the licensing agreements that they have negotiated. And that's a pretty it is an issue that comes up and has come up with some of the applicants that you will be considering today. Early stage companies, and like I said, most of the time they're right out of the lab, sometimes with the scientists that discovered it. And in those early stages, it's very easy to make bad decisions in licensing. You can agree to give away way too much and nobody else would be interested in it. So we have a couple companies that have really great science, that have, good projects, but they've made some bad decisions in their licensing. And so as part of the contract negotiation process, and this is why I said I wanted to emphasize, just because you announce an award at a meeting does not mean that you get the money. You have to agree to the contract. And so part of this, as in the negotiation, is that we will be going back to these companies that have licensing problems and say, you have to fix this in order for us to execute a contract. And that is something that, I don't know, would you call it fairly common? It's at least not unknown in the industry. And it helps that you have the next interested investor says, in order for me to further develop, give you money to further develop this, you've got to take care of this problem.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of definitive contracts are living documents, and so there's always renegotiation. I mean, one of the jobs I had recently was with Arizona State in tech transfer, and you ask for everything, and then somebody else comes in and says, well, you can't have everything, but the investigator needed it to get started, and so you're willing to renegotiate. And so I think the projects that Kristen's referring to, they're fixable. They're solutions, and there's nothing that they're just going to have to get it done, or else we're not going to fund them. I mean, they have to make the effort and they have to be successful at it.
The other thing that I want to emphasize about the review process is, the awards that you are going to consider today and the awards that you will consider in August have been through a review process that is almost totally the same. The things that will change are the PIC recommendations versus the CEO recommendations, the Oversight Committee approving versus not rejecting. But there's no less stringent standard, less rigorous consideration for applications that went through this process versus what we're doing. We think that we have a very rigorous process, and as we've said it before, that has been borne out. I think that is one of the early indications in terms of the follow-on funding, is that people do respect the review that CPRIT does.
Kristen, on the previous slide, along that sequence of evaluations, is the size of the financial request considered? And let me tell you where I'm coming from. Say like there's one company that's requesting $200 million, and that's all the money you have to give for a year. And you say, well, this company is as good as that company and that company, but these companies are requesting $2 million. Are we saying, look, we got to also consider the number of funds and not give one company all the money? Or how does the size of the request factor in?
Okay, so I'm not on the review council. I'll let Jack answer afterwards. But this would be my advice. Many times I attend the review meetings, and as a CPRIT employee, I can only participate to provide technical advice. If a review panel had an application for $200 million or $50 million or some large chunk, I would expect that the review panel would consider the amount of funding in terms of how important the project was to fund. And now, under our new process, where the review council has to rank each one of the applications, they will have to make a meaningful consideration in terms of their recommendations. Is this $50 million project that we're recommending, is this our number one recommendation, or is it number 8? It looks okay.
Is the size of the request a specific factor in the score that's given?
Not really. I mean, we go through the budget, and so we look at the development plan that they've laid out, and we query whether or not the dollars that they're willing, that they need to advance it. I mean, there have been times where we have just, analyzed it and says, their costs are too high. And, so it's up to the product development officer to go in and kind of negotiate that down. But typically, I mean, they're sort of almost pro forma numbers. Cost per patient, is a thing that drives this thing. But we've never had anything that's kind of as outrageous, certainly as $200 million, nor I don't think we've ever even seen $50 million. I think the largest one I've seen recently is half that, roughly half, is $25 million. It's taken into consideration, but it's not a, rule in, rule out, type of thing.
Is there any, I'm sorry.
Do you ever go back and ask them to reduce the amount?
That's what I was.
Yeah, that's what the product development officer does in the negotiation process.
But in the negotiation, after the oversight approves it, or during the review process?
And I was going to say, even in the review process, we have had situations where the review panel has said, this is a good idea, we'll fund this part of the project, but we don't want to fund this part of the project. So they've asked for $8 million, but we think $5 million to do this. And as the person that helps negotiate the contract, I want the review panel to be very specific about what they want to fund and what they don't want to fund, so that we're not just here's $5 million, figure out how you want to spend it. But that has come up where you can always trim the amount of money. Now, we may, the review panel must say, we want to cut this part of the project out, we're not going to fund that. And then as part of the contract negotiation, I have to go forward with the product development officer and say, okay, we're not funding this. And they'll tell us, oh, that was crucial to, the rest of the project. If we don't have that funded, then we can't do it. Well, that'd be an example where we can't execute the contract. We just can't come to an agreement.
Thank you.
Or they can make up the difference on their own. Right. Finding venture money, right.
I talked about the award contract. The thing that I've kind of mentioned, but I want to make sure that I emphasize it's a little bit unique with the product development awards that we make. We tranche the funding. So in terms of the award amounts that you will be seeing, maybe there's a $10 million award. We don't write a check for $10 million. We, as part of the contract negotiation process, will set out milestones that they have to meet. And for each of those milestones, there's a tranche of funding that's connected to that. So on a $10 million award, if it's to get to your IND meeting, we may tranche, $1 million to get to the IND meeting. Well, not just to get to the IND meeting, would be to get the IND, because that'd be easy to, to get the IND. And so it may be that we've awarded $10 million. It looks like a very promising program. They've drawn down the first $1 million. They have the meeting with the FDA, but they don't get the IND. Well, they can't meet the next milestones. They won't get any more funding from us. So that is one way that CPRIT can de-risk our investment to a certain extent. I don't want to pull the wool over your eye. Where we are investing, I'll remind you of those slides. Many, the majority, the vast majority, don't get out of phase 1 clinical trials. And it's not because they stole money or they did shoddy work. It's, that is the nature of the game. And so we may invest in a company that, does not get IND approval. And so at least this way, we're able to terminate the contract at that point. So we monitor that now through annual reporting. They have a section where they have to talk about the milestones that are in their contract and how, what their progress is for that. The review council reviews that annual report and makes a decision about whether they're making appropriate progress. But also, in addition to that, when they're going to draw down the next tranche, they have to file a tranche report that shows how they've met each of the milestones in the tranche. In terms of the Oversight Committee role, and this is something I want to talk with you, I've included it as a memo in the packet. I think it's the last couple pages behind tab 5 at the very end. The Oversight Committee, and you just did this with the research awards. After the decision is to go forward with the awards, the Oversight Committee delegates contract negotiation authority to the CEO and to the General Counsel, and you delegate contract execution authority to the CEO. for the project development awards, particularly because so much of what we do happens in the contracts, and we need to report back to you in terms of where there are IP issues that we needed to address. What did we negotiate in terms of the milestones? What are the revenue sharing terms that we have negotiated? We will come back to the Oversight Committee and have the Oversight Committee then, at that time, once we have negotiated the contract, delegate contract execution to the CEO. And the process that I propose for that, and I've put it in the memo, is that for the awards that you ratify today, we will begin working with the companies, and hopefully the Chief Product Development Officer, and that we will bring on board will be participating in this also, where we will be negotiating the contract terms. We'll bring them first to the Product Development Subcommittee, where we can discuss them and they can make a recommendation to the Oversight Committee. So at the May 21st meeting, you can consider the contract terms and delegate contract execution authority to the CEO. I think because this is the first time that this Oversight Committee is dealing with product development awards, it's an appropriate process to put in place now, and you may decide that that's something that we want to continue doing. But I think for these awards, so that you have kind of a full picture of the process, I think that that's an appropriate process, and I recommend.
Kristen, are you the one who negotiates the contracts?
Well, I do a lot in terms of making sure it's consistent with everything that we've had in our rules and our requirements, and I can deal with the milestone fundings and tying it to the tranches. But when it comes to negotiating the revenue sharing terms, that's really where I rely on the Chief Product Development Officer and the Review Council to some extent. But the Chief Product Development Officer is going to be the one, I hope, who's sitting here on May 21st talking to the Oversight Committee about the negotiation process in terms of the deal terms. And that's what you really, you're going to want to know. The deal terms, the milestones that we're requiring, that's going to give you the picture. So I work with the Product Development Officer, but I'm not the lead on the deal terms.
Well, basically not the business terms, right?
And correct me if I'm wrong, is it true that through the review process, the milestones are largely defined by the Product Development Review Councils and whatnot?
Yeah, we have a process now. We did not always do this, but we have changed our application so that it makes it easier from the beginning. We have the company suggest milestones as part of the application process, so it's easier for us to start reviewing, okay, is this, and have it be a discussion point with the review panel, are these appropriate milestones? And then, like I said, it's another thing that we rely pretty heavily on. ICON, the company that we use to do the due diligence reviews, they will comment on whether the milestones are appropriate also.
Yeah, most of the milestones, because the development is pretty much, I wouldn't say it's a pro forma, but it's hopefully a straight line, so you know where the significant events are, where their inflection points, as they call it in the trade. And they kind of don't vary that much. So, get an IND, complete phase 1, complete phase 2, et cetera, so get your CMC in order, blah, blah, blah. So they're fairly obvious what you have to do.
And for relocation grants, that's also, sometimes we'll put milestones in like, okay, you've got to have these people here by this date or we're done, those sorts of things where they'll have to establish milestones. So now we're going to move into the applications that you guys are going to be considering. This is fiscal year 2013, cycles 1 and 2. If you think about it, there were 4 cycles for the product development commercialization/product development program that were affected by the moratorium. One we dealt with on November 1st. We told you that those applications had been around for so long that they were stale and we weren't going to recommend them from approval. So we had released those in the summer of 2013. We had told those applicants, I'm sorry, but we're not going to move forward with any of these award recommendations. You can, resubmit, and I have seen the list of companies, and at least one of the companies has resubmitted their application that was stuck in that process. We have cycles 1 and 2, which are the ones that you will be considering. You'll see their submission date was August 31st, 2012 for cycle 1 and November 15th, 2012. They had their in-person presentations. I think for cycle 1 it was the end of October, and for cycle 2 it was it was actually the day before the moratorium was put into place. We did not know that was going to happen. We came back to the office and moratorium was in place. So once the moratorium was lifted, we reached back out to all of these companies. We had made it so far in the process. The cycle 1s had completed their due diligence. The cycle 2s were ready to start due diligence when the moratorium was put into place. We reached back out to them and said, are there updates? What have you done? What's the progress that you've made? Do we need to change anything? And so then they submitted their updates November 11th. Of 2013, and so that was also considered by the review council. And in some cases, for one of the companies that had already been through due diligence, based on their update, we asked the ICON, our company that does the due diligence, to go back and do targeted due diligence on one of the issues that was raised as part of the update. So the first slate is the company commercialization slate. I'll just lay these out for you first. If you have any questions, you can ask while we have them on the slate or at the end. We have company formation slates. We have 2 company formation slates. One of the companies is coming from out of state. That's BetaCat. I believe it's coming, relocation from Gaithersburg, Maryland. And we have the company relocation. So one's coming from Vancouver and one's from Plymouth, Michigan. And I think now I will open it up for questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions or comments? I guess we're going to anticipate questions, and then we'll have the official pick presentation from the CEO, or has this work to present to us?
No pick on this one. This is the old process.
This is the old process.
I remember we're going back in time.
Yes.
The CEO, it's the CEO that's made the recommendation, so Wayne gets to stay up here.
Yeah. So anyway, questions?
Thank you. As some of the members realize, there's been a very spirited discussion in the Product Development Committee about several of these companies. And they haven't been the same points of discussion for every company, but I think they just broke up into kind of 3 categories. One about whether a company that's a relocation company can actually relocate due to prior obligations. There was a few companies who had intellectual property concerns, and those Kristen has already addressed. Those when in the contract negotiations, those will come up. And the third category had to do with one company perhaps overreaching in its ask for funding and funding for multiple projects instead of a specific focused project. And at least for that company, I think we would like to see the funding cut back and have them focus on one project rather than on a complete development program. So later on, when it comes up, I'd like to make a motion to modify the slate.
Yes. Well, yes. Any other questions or comments?
I noticed that one of the objectives of this development program is to create high-quality new jobs in this state. And I wondered if that was a specific criteria that the review panel uses when they are looking at these, or I guess it came up with one of these that I looked at that was calculating their estimate of how many Salesforce people might be hired if this drug ever actually made it through clinical development. And I wondered if that had been asked for as part of the application.
No. And we don't, as I said before, I don't care, when I look at these, and I hear my fellow reviewers are similar, I don't care whether they're brand-new companies, existing companies, or they're trying to relocate. I look at it we look at it objectively in the abstract and based on the just on the qualities. It's nice if they come from out of state because it helps build, some infrastructure in the state.
But you are not specifically looking at whether this application might create 10 more new jobs here, whereas this other one might only create one?
No.
You don't?
No.
Thank you.
One thing that I will say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we do ask for the applicants to, true to the fact that this is Texas, Texas funds, we want activities to be done in Texas, even as, after our money, so, look at manufacturing in Texas, build manufacturing facilities in Texas. When you're considering clinical trials, we want clinical trials in Texas. Not all of the clinical trials, because you just won't have a big enough population, but they won't all be in Texas, but we want, if you're going to be doing clinical trials, we want you to be looking at Texas or say why you're not doing it. I mean, that's one of the ways, with where we are funding in terms of these companies, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to come up with a drug that's a cure within the life of the award. But what we can say is, if you're doing a clinical trial, we want it to be touching a Texas patient. I mean, that's the way that we can, this research can really affect people.
And smart applicants do put that in there, that they're going to try to do as much as possible of clinical development in state.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Please.
One other. I noticed that one of the reviewers for one of these grants that's put in front of us made a comment that there had not necessarily been a sample size calculation made for a proposed small clinical trial, and that they did not know whether or not it was feasible. And so my question is, do we routinely have methodologists or statisticians look on the review panel or look at some of these applications, or?
Yeah, that's part of the review process. But what we do, in our screen, and what what the review panel does and the council does. In fact, that did come up. I think I know the one that you're talking about. That was David Shoemaker, and David operates a CRO, a contract research organization. He has statisticians reporting to him, so he can do smell test pretty quickly to determine. Kapil Dringa, another one of our other reviewers, a clinician who used to run full clinical development for Roche. So I don't know that we sit down and do spreadsheet analyses, but we kind of know from intuition and experience what works. So we do that, and also ICON, our due diligence experts, dig into that very deeply, and we'll go back to the company. We haven't talked about that, but the due diligence that we provide, that ICON provides, that goes back to the company. The company has to respond, and hopefully they respond in a constructive way. There have been a few companies that haven't. And actually they take it under advisement and invariably change their development plan to reflect what they were hearing from us and ICON. So that turns out to be a tremendous value actually to the company. And sometimes that is a key point, to have enough, and has to be a large enough number to make significance.
And I'd say with the due diligence, and Jack kind of alluded to this, it is actually an iterative process. The ICON develops its report, a draft report. It's shared with the applicant. The applicant then can take the issues that has been raised by ICON and address, either provide more information, and then the report gets provided to the
review. And we review
council.
that. The council, myself, and the other three folks, we all review that to make sure that the issues are being addressed appropriately. So thanks. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of work.
Okay, are we ready for the CEO to give us the slates? Is that what we're looking for?
legislator present these
Well, he's coming next, but we have 3 slates before us for the product commercialization, and we're going to say that they're on the queue, and then we're looking for the compliance officer to come forward and...
That's kind of what I was hoping you were going to say.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I presented the slates here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm David Reisman, again, the Chief Compliance Officer. I'll be brief. I have reviewed the compliance pedigrees for the grant applications for the 3 product development award slates. I've conferred with the CPRIT staff and SRA staff and studied all that grant review documentation, including the third-party observer reports for the peer review meetings. I'm satisfied that the application review process that resulted in the 3 product development award slates followed all applicable laws and agency administrative rules. Accordingly, I certify these award slates for the Oversight Committee's consideration.
Thank you. That is certainly good news. CPRIT's Oversight Committee, as we said earlier, plays a role in the grant award process and are subject to the conflict of interest standards. And so we'll note for the record that the Oversight Committee member, Amy Mitchell, has reported conflict of interest with ID number CP 130020 and CP 130013. In accordance with the rules, Ms. Mitchell is recused from discussion or actions on these. Are there any additional conflict of interest issues that we need to address prior to proceeding? So we'll consider these slates, and as Ms. Doyle has explained, these award recommendations are subject to laws in effect at the time, and this means that the process to finalize the Chief Executive Officer's recommendations will follow the procedure in effect prior to the enactment of Senate Bill 149, and thus the Oversight Committee will follow the Chief Executive Officer's funding recommendations unless 2/3 of the Oversight Committee members vote to disregard the recommendations. And so the Chief Executive Officer has presented 3 product development slates, and we'll take them up separately. So I believe the first one, we'll entertain a motion at this time, and I believe this is the one that has no further comment from anybody else, I believe is correct. So we'll entertain a motion to disregard the Chief Executive Officer's funding recommendation for the company commercialization award slate. Is a motion to disregard that slate here for this one?
Thank you, Becky.
Hearing none, thank you. We'll proceed and pause. Hearing none at this time, we'll entertain a motion to disregard the Chief Executive Officer's funding for the company formation award slate. And is there a motion to disregard?
Yes.
So a motion to disregard has been made. And maybe you could explain that, Mr. Rosenfeld.
Thank you. Based on our discussions, I recommend funding for CREX in an amount not to exceed $6 million to support a Phase 2 proof of concept trial in peripheral T-cell lymphoma. Therefore, I move to reject the company's formation slate with the direction to the CEO to bring back a revised slate.
Okay, a motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? So motion carries. CPRIT administrative rules permit the CEO to resubmit recommendations for consideration by the Oversight Committee pursuant to a process and time established by the Oversight Committee. And so I believe we'd like a motion at this time, we'd like to entertain a motion to direct the CEO to resubmit the slate today in 1 minute, in accordance with the board discussion today. Is there a move for that?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? So I believe, if I'm going to pause a moment here, but we may have the CEO suggest a new slate for us to consider. So I'm going to read, I guess, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm not going to read. You'll read.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to submit my revised company formation slate at this time. I recommend 2 awards for the company formation slate, BetaCat Pharmaceuticals, to be funded at no more than $23,900,000.
Actually, I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. You mean the amount that's on the screen that includes the matching funds amount?
Oh, we talked about this. My mistake. I apologize for that.
Beta Cat Pharmaceuticals.
I move that, or I don't move. I recommend the 2 awards for the company formation slate, Beta Cat Pharmaceuticals, to be funded at no more than $15,908,085, and Cirex Inc. to be funded at $10,725,000.
6 million.
At 6.
That's $6 million.
Well, we have a motion.
To support Phase 2A proof of concept trial in peripheral T-cell lymphoma. I think we should have done it 2 minutes instead of 1 minute.
Sorry. And all seriousness, so we have a new slate that's presented by the CEO, and that slate obviously reflects this earlier slate, unchanging for the Beta Cat, but lowers the other company to not to exceed $6 million. So we're looking for that motion to approve that slate.
Approve it or disregard it?
I'm sorry.
Reject. All in favor of reject.
All in favor of rejecting the CEO's revised funding? No, we have to recognize that that's on the table. Is there a motion to reject? And the answer
No.
is that we have no motion to reject. Thank you. So we'll accept that slate. The chair needs a tonic. Excuse me.
We'll have a word with staff after this meeting.
We're at this time going to entertain a motion to disregard the 3rd slate, the Chief Executive Officer's funding recommendation for company relocation. So is there a motion to disregard that slate? Hearing no motion, is there a motion to delegate the contract negotiation to the Chief Executive Officer and the General Counsel pursuant to the process set forth by Ms. Doyle?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. All the motion carries.
And that is the last time we will use the old process.
So at this time, the chair recognizes Becky Garcia to provide the Chief Prevention and Communications Officer reports. Members, Dr. Garcia will also take up item 9 on the agenda, the Strategic Communications Contract. Dr. Garcia, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just have 2 parts to my report. First, I'm going to give you an update on some of the prevention program activities since we met last, a brief 3.5 weeks ago. And then I'm going to present our recommendation for the communication services contract. So briefly, for the prevention programs, we have 3 open RFAs. They're going to close February 27th, and so we're really eagerly awaiting the close and waiting to see how many applications we'll get in at that time. We conducted a webinar on January 29th to answer questions about these open RFAs and really highlight some of the changes for them given the new administrative rules. And we had an excellent response. We had 110 people attending and had a very good question and answer session. So we're very hopeful we're going to get some good quality applications in as evidenced by that response to the webinar. I'm happy to report that the contracts from the last 10 projects that the Oversight Committee ratified have all been signed. So those projects are now off and running, and we look forward to great things from them and reporting to about them in the future. So now to turn to my other topic, the communications contract. That memo is in tab 6. Did you have a question first about the prevention?
Not specifically, but a general question about prevention. I think breast cancer screening is a part of the prevention program.
Correct.
And I was just wondering if you had a chance to think about the recently published VAST study, VAST study, that made the headlines and front page in Time and Newsweek and New York Times. Essentially, to characterize it real quickly, found that there was no value of mammograms in an extensive Canadian study with a lot of ifs, buts, and other things. And I was just wondering if the Prevention Committee had considered that data, and would it possibly affect anything CPRIT would do relative to screening mammograms?
Well, we recognize that the guidelines constantly change depending on new research studies and data that's available. We have to sort of set a point in time for our applications, and right now we will base it on whatever the current national guidelines are, and right now, the guidelines have not changed. So I think we always keep our eye on those changing guidelines. This debate will go on back and forth, I'm sure, for some time. Recommendations may change, and at the time that they do change, we will incorporate those into our RFAs.
I'll just make a comment because I know about this study. It's actually not the VAST study. That's the term that Gina Collada applied to it. It's follow-up of the National Breast Cancer Screening Study, and it's 25-year follow-up. The 16-year follow-up was negative, so no surprise that the 25-year-old follow-up would be negative. I do not think this is likely to have much influence on the guidelines that are out there, because the 16-year-old follow-up was negative, and they knew that when they made their guidelines.
Okay. Any other questions about the prevention program? So the second part of my report has to do with the Communications Services Contract, and that memo is in tab 6. I think you know that in November we started talking to the Governance Subcommittee about our communications needs and developing that request for proposals. In January we released our RFP. We have completed the evaluation process. We followed the Comptroller's procurement process, and our recommendation was then forwarded to the Audit Subcommittee as required. Per the bylaws, the Audit Subcommittee has to review and recommend any contracts over $100,000, which this is. And so in the memo, I've got a description of the services to be provided by the firm that we're recommending. You'll see in that memo that the name was left blank, and that was so we didn't really signal who the company was until today. So I am pleased to tell you that we are recommending Hahn Public Communications as the service provider for that contract. I think many of you might be familiar with them, with Jeff Hahn and Laura Kuntz. They have been serving us for the last 6 months under a short-term contract. And so I'm happy to answer any questions about this before the Audit Subcommittee makes their recommendations.
Members, any questions or comments or of the question related to this contract? So before we address the strategic communications contract, is there any other questions or issues that we want to bring to Dr. Garcia about the prevention update? Chair recognizes Angelou, Chair of the Audit Subcommittee, to discuss the subcommittee's recommendation regarding the strategic communications contract.
Mr. Chairman, the Audit Subcommittee met on February 12th and discussed the strategic communications contract with CPRIT staff. CPRIT bylaws require the Audit Subcommittee to review any non-grant contract exceeding more than $100,000 and recommend approval to the Oversight Committee. The Audit Subcommittee recommends approving the strategic communications contract as presented by Dr. Garcia.
So members, is there any board discussion, or are there any questions for Dr. Garcia or the board subcommittee regarding this recommendation? Hearing none, I guess we're going to look for a motion to approve the strategic communications contract as recommended by the Audit Subcommittee and presented by Dr. Garcia. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So we're about 187 minutes into the meeting today. I'm going to take Chair's prerogative and say let's do another quick 5 minutes, hard 5 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll race to the finish. Is that fair? Thank you. 5 minutes. Okay. Thanks to all. We're reconvening. It's 1:23 on my watch. We're on item 10, tab 7, and we're on the slide to complete the work of the day in this committee. So at this time, the Chair will lay out the nominations subcommittee recommendations for the Chief Executive Officer's appointments to the Scientific Research and Prevention Program Committees. And these are located behind tab 7. And I'll note that Ned Holmes, the nominations subcommittee chair, was unable to attend the committee meeting on the 17th, and so I stood in his place to chair the meeting in his absence, and the nominations subcommittee discussed the Chief Executive Officer's new appointments to the Scientific Research and Prevention Programs Committee. The nominations subcommittee recommends approval of the CEO's appointments to the CPRIT Scientific Research and Prevention Program Committees. Is there any board discussion or questions for the CEO or the nominations subcommittee? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Chief Executive Officer's appointments to the Scientific Research and Prevention Programs Committee?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
I'm sorry, yes, and I'll have to note for the record that Will Montgomery had to leave, and so we'll proceed. Agenda item 11 will not be taken up at this time. Agenda item 12, presentation of SRA International, tab 8. So we'd like to ask Rajan Munshi and Stephen Goldberg to come to the table for the next agenda item. Drs. Munshi and Goldberg are with SRA International, CPRIT's third-party grant administrator. They will present the summary of the professional services provided to CPRIT to support CPRIT's peer review and grants management activities. So welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today, and we look forward to your comments.
Good afternoon. Under less formal circumstances, I think my first slide would be a cartoon, but much to the relief of my colleagues back home, it won't be. So my name is Stephen Goldberg. I am the Director of Peer Review and Science Management for SRA International. With me is Dr. Rajan Munshi, who is the Director of the work we do for CPRIT. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Oversight Committee today, and over the next few minutes we'll provide an overview of the various phases of the grants management lifecycle and describe the approach that we use to ensure that the integrity of the application and review process is maintained throughout. Before we begin, though, I'd like to take a moment to introduce SRA because not everybody will be familiar with us. So SRA is a company founded on the principles of honesty and service, and these inform our approach to helping customers achieve their missions. With more than 5,000 employees globally, we offer a wide range of information technology solutions and professional services to clients ranging from research program to support to software development to cloud-based IT services. For over 20 years, the peer review and science management team has delivered innovative solutions across the grants management lifecycle. The diagram on the right of the slide that you're looking at is our view of the grants management lifecycle. At the center of this are the three domains that we think underlie our ability to perform work for grants management. These are subject matter expertise, the administrative and logistics support, and then an information technology infrastructure that supports all the processes that we have in place. The life cycle itself is the outer ring on this diagram and has 9 steps across 3 phases, those phases being the application phase, evaluation, and post-award. So Dr. Munshi is going to describe the key aspects of this life cycle now and how these apply to the services that we provide to CPRIT.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you again for the opportunity to present. This is very exciting. SRA has been providing support to CPRIT for the last 4.5 years, and we've prepared material for Oversight Committee members for the last 4.5 years. So to be here and actually see the Oversight Committee is exciting for me. Before I start, I wanted to refer back to Senator Nelson's comments about a rigorous process, a transparent process with integrity. And I wanted to take a moment to describe the principles that form our approach. The first one is that we have a rigor of evaluation that is fair, thorough, and transparent. And the second is to maintain the integrity of review so that the evaluations are of the highest standards. And what this allows CPRIT or any other funding agency to do is to have sound decision-making that allows for independent evaluation sustained by proper documentation. I know Dr. Monroe has been referring to the summary statements, and that's a classic example. That's a documentation fact that you can refer back to. And these are actually made available to Oversight Committee members, but also are available to the users and the applicants in their profiles in any system. So they can always go back and refer to them. And the goal of this entire process is to ensure that the ideas and projects with maximum impact are the ones that are funded and move forward and supported by CPRIT. So in operational terms, Stephen talked about the diagram of our view of peer review and 3 stages, 3 phases, and the 9 steps. Application, evaluation, and post-award management. And I'm going to spend the remainder of this presentation talking about each of these phases, some of the sub-steps, and how we provide support and what are the various aspects that have to be considered during these stages. The circular diagram that we had, I'm going to represent that as a linear diagram from now on. It will be at the bottom of each slide with the appropriate phase in color and the other 2 phases grayed out, which will allow you to follow which part I'm referring to. So there are 3 phases: application, evaluation, and post-award. And the goal of the application phase is to receive high-quality eligible applications that are responsive to the vision of the award mechanism and, by extension, the program. I'm going to refer back to Dr. Kripke's statement about the high-impact mechanism and tell you what this means in terms of responsive. High-impact applications are small applications. They're meant to allow ideas to come to a state where you can apply for larger grants. If you have a brilliant idea but you don't have money to support that idea to show that this is going to work, this is what that mechanism is meant for. If somebody was to submit a grant application with a different purpose, then this would not be the appropriate mechanism. So the prevention program, for example, has award mechanisms that are specific for outreach and delivery of services. If they want to do a prevention research proposal, it is not within the mechanism, and therefore it should not be supported. So that's what we mean by eligible, responsive, and high quality. The evaluation phase ensures that that the process results in clear decisions where the best projects move forward for award and contract finalization. And you'll note that the output of the first phase is now the input of the subsequent phase. And the output of the second phase is then the input for the third phase. And the output of the entire process is outcomes. And it doesn't end there, because outcomes then redefines program goals. And those are then put back into the process, and that's why it's called a cycle. So you will always hear it's a review cycle or grant cycle, and that's why it's a cycle, because you have a dependency. And so in the decision and the post-award phase, you want to monitor the award, you want to oversee and make sure that progress is being tracked. It goes back to Dr. Monroe's question about what are people doing, and then you can redefine them. So the funnel diagram that Kristen showed, moving left to right, that is actually also applicable to the grant award process, because you get hundreds and hundreds of applications, and eventually only a handful will be awarded. It doesn't matter whether it's prevention or research or product development. The volumes might be smaller, but the process is still the same. For example, for this round, in FY10, for the very first round of research, the program received 881 applications in a record time of, I think, 5 weeks. And we were able to fund 66 applications for both mechanisms. So the funnel diagram is true for anything. You want to start off with what people want to submit, and the process in the grant lifecycle will ensure that you have the best ideas that are supported. I am going to speak about each of these phases briefly. And a critical aspect of the life process is the RFA development. And I cannot state this strongly enough. The RFA drives the process. You define what your goals are. You define what the eligibility is. You define what documents are required for the applications. You establish the review criteria. This is, again, very important because the review criteria is what an applicant is going to address in their application, in their approach. But equally importantly, the review criteria is what a review panel is going to look at and evaluate the application. You cannot ask an applicant to submit points A, B, and C, but then evaluate them on X, Y, and Z. So now you've set the standard and set the stage, and that's what we do. RFAs also define grant amount and budget. And Dr. Rosenfeld, I'll answer your question about budget that you had asked, if that's part of the scoring process in a later slide. So as applicants are preparing their submissions, typically a help desk will provide support, whether it's technical or programmatic, but they are available to guide the applicants in different phases of the grant submission process. And as I said, the goal of this phase is to get high-quality applications that represent a diversity of approaches. You don't want 200 applications all saying we're going to do it the same way, because you might get the best of that pool, but you may not get the best of other ideas.
Roger?
Of course.
Is the help desk, is that at CPRIT or at SRA?
Both. So and I say both in slightly in jest. We have a technical help desk at SRA, which helps with submission for cars, submission of applications into our receipt system. Programmatic questions are almost always forwarded to the program office for responses. How do applicants submit their proposals? Well, we have a CPRIT application receipt system, which is the official portal for submission of applications to CPRIT. And the primary users of this system are the applicant communities for all three programs. The system is customized for every CPRIT program and every award mechanism. And what customization refers to are just the enhancements to the system necessary for specific mechanisms. Dr. Kripke referred to enhancements to the receipt system for the recruitment mechanisms, and that's what we are working on right now as we speak. Every process has different documentation. The training awards, for example, needed to have a list of mentors for students, but that's not necessarily a document that a high impact or an individual investigator award would require. Similarly, prevention has different guidelines. Product development has different guidelines. Product development needs to know a market plan, and the research program really doesn't need it at that point. So we do have to make these enhancements, and we do that for every program at the start of, and we do that at the start of when we are writing the RFA, because everything has to be coordinated with release. It is the central source of information to the applicant community, and all current and archived RFAs are posted on the site. So you can go back all the way to see when the first RFA was posted in August 16th, 2009, if you wanted to, in PDF. All announcements related to application receipt are announced on the site. If there was a change to an RFA, if there was an extension, a global extension of a receipt deadline, as Mr. Reisman said, if there were issues in Houston, we do factor that in so that we can document it. So not only does the system enforce consistency in submissions, it also has controls in place, and I think that is critical. I think Christian had mentioned that the system closes at 3 p.m. Central Time. It absolutely does close at 3 p.m. Central Time. If you are one click away from submitting an application and it gets to 3 p.m. Central Time, that button will not be available, and you have not submitted your application. So, and there's a database stamp on it, and that's how we document it. But the system also enforces consistency, that applications submitted to CPRIT are officially submitted by the application signing official, the only person who is authorized to submit an application on behalf of the PI. So the PI cannot submit an application. It comes through the ASO or the grants office. And there are components that must be submitted, information that must be provided for different mechanisms. And the system is built to ensure that these are built into the process. CPRIT has received over 3,000 applications to date, actually 3,308 as of February 4th, 2014. That number will increase on February 27th when the prevention program closes for FY 14.1. But I'm proud to say that as part of our process, we assess user satisfaction of the system. We reach out to every applicant and invite them to complete a survey of the system and express their satisfaction or dissatisfaction. We take these comments very seriously. Follow up with applicants if they have points that are of concern to us. And I'm pleased to say the system and the ease of use has been very well received by the Texas applicant community. And I'm very proud of the support we provide.
Do you routinely share those survey results, I'm sure, with our CPRIT team? Somehow?
Absolutely. We do. For every round, we have graphics and data with them, including the comments as provided by the applicants themselves. So, the next phase of the grants life cycle is the evaluation phase, and I'm going to spend a little more time on this slide. It starts with the identification and recruitment of subject matter expert or reviewers, and you've heard these terms before, and I hope that the slide that I present will bring everything together. The reviewers are recruited specifically for individual programs because the goals of each program are different, so we want to make sure that the reviewers reflect the diversity we need. For example, the prevention program benefits greatly from reviewers from academic institutions, but also from community-based organizations that actually do all the research and all the outreach. Research reviewers are typically scientists and clinicians, or scientist-clinicians from academic institutions. Reviewers for the product development program have expertise in consulting and venture capital. Jack Jatowski was a perfect example. Our PDRC reviewers that Kristen listed are another fantastic example of that. They're all scientists in some form or have a combination of expertise. But we also now have academic reviewers with academic appointments who have interest in developing drugs or devices. As Kristen mentioned, again, all programs now also engage advocate reviewers, and these are individuals who have had cancer. They could either be survivors or people who have been impacted by the disease, and they work very diligently to reduce the burden of cancer in their communities. But what they do is they offer a unique perspective on cancer survivorship, one that a non-advocate cannot offer. And they're required to comment specifically on the potential significance of a proposed project. Academics are famous for this, and at the end of it, they're so interested in the mechanism of action, but somebody has to step back and say, so what? And that is where the advocate reviewers really do come in place. And their vote, as Kristen again said, is the same as any other person on the committee. It's averaged out, it's not weighted one way or the other. So they provide an invaluable service. An important aspect of the recruitment, the expert recruitment phase is identifying and mitigating risks associated with conflicts of interest. And we are very careful in managing potential or apparent conflicts of interest. These could be financial, professional, personal, and also institutional. And I should probably define what an institutional conflict is. And essentially, an individual from a certain institution cannot be part of the review of an application from that institution. Now, because all reviewers for CPRIT are recruited outside Texas, institutional conflicts are almost non-existent. However, we do look at this because we do often see individuals who were in Texas for 25 years, and they move to Arkansas. That does not mean that they have no affiliation to Texas. So we do factor that, and if we know this, we will go and ask them to make sure that they are completely objective. And if we need to, we'll make a decision. The goal of all of this is peer review. And what peer review does, in 2 words, is it determines merit. And by determining merit, it allows subsequent tiers of review to make informed decisions for fund allocations. So evaluations are criteria-based, so they're very objective, And these were defined in the RFA, so we don't have to go back and reinvent these. And the evaluations are thorough. Reviewers are asked to consider every aspect of the proposal that's been submitted, whether it's the impact, the approach, the relevance to cancer, the budget. So I want to take a moment because I know, Craig, you'd asked about this. The budget is not considered as a component of the score. And this is across all funding agencies. And the reason for that is people ask for more or less money based on a number of criteria. And that decision can be made later on based on programmatic priorities. And now CPRIT has a new process for rank ordering these. So we should take that out of the equation and let programmatic priorities and portfolio balances and do that part. But if somebody is asking for unreasonable sums of money, the review committees will and almost always has caught this. And they are scathing in their opinions when it comes to reducing budgets. They will actually go down to the level of saying that this project does not need 3 full-time equivalents to do the work. They only need 2. We have similar work, and therefore they don't need to do it. And so they will make a recommendation to reduce the budget by 10%, 25%, X dollars. It depends on what the recommendation is. But every budget is evaluated down to how many people, what money they're requesting for travel. So it's a very thorough process. And the last step in the evaluation phase is program review, and this step refers to steps subsequent to peer review, as I mentioned. I did want to also address a question that Dr. Mulroy had asked about biased decisions on panels, and the research panels, especially the clinical panels, always have had 1 or 2 biased decisions. And the goal of this discussion is expertise, and lack of expertise is never a reason. We will find the right experts to review an application. Sometimes you need, industry standard is 3, but sometimes you do need 4, 5, and we'll get 4 or 5 people and assign them to applications. So, I want to take a moment to draw your attention to the last 2 bullets on the right of the screen. One is summary statements and what is premise. Summary statements, as I mentioned, are it's a document that conveys the outcome of peer review. It generally includes the final scores of the process and a narrative description of the strengths and weaknesses of the proposed work. And this goes back to the applicants so that they can factor that into the work that they are going to be doing. Premise is SRA's online peer review system, and I have described it in a little more detail. What you are seeing here is a screenshot of SRA's program and peer review management information system, which we lovingly call Premise. It is a web-based application review system that all the reviewers use to enter their critiques. It is the face of CPRIT to the review panels and the review panel members. Premise is also used by SRA scientific and administrative staff to manage every aspect of the peer review process. And it is also used by CPRIT staff to monitor the evaluation process. Program staff often want to be aware of what applications or what critiques are being submitted, how competitive are the applications, and we provide access to them.
Before you leave that page?
Of course.
On the scoring?
Yes.
Is the scoring one number? You ask people to say, okay, you've heard the intellectual property, you've heard the science, you've heard this. Now what's kind of your global number? Or is there a set of criteria that people fill out, like 3 for IP, 2 for science, and where you can look at different factors?
Yes, we do. So there are criteria scores. Let's take a research project, for example. Let's take the high impact mechanism because I did bring it up. One of the criteria scores is this application or proposal appropriate for the mechanism itself? So people will assign a score to that. Is the environment appropriate? Is the PI sufficiently qualified to lead the study. So these are scored criteria. Then you have unscored criteria. Is the environment appropriate? So you can have an individual say, I'm going to do the best cancer research in the world, but where are you going to do it? Well, I'm going to do it off my garage. And so that certainly has to be factored in. Is the budget appropriate? So these are unscored criteria. And then these individual criteria scores are summed up in a way, not an average, but summed up to reflect the overall sentiment of that application, and an overall evaluation score is provided. And that is the one that is used. When you say you scored an application, that's the score we generally refer to. The last stage is the grants of the grant life cycle is the post-award stage, and it includes award negotiation and contract execution, monitoring and tracking of financial reports and progress of work. And grantees are required to submit progress reports on a quarterly for prevention and annual for all programs. And continued funding is actually dependent on satisfactory progress based on the established criteria. So again, we have established criteria to say what is progress. Kristen mentioned that we are now going to have individual components for what an applicant had proposed to do, and that is what progress can be reported against, and that is what progress will be evaluated against. So it's very metric-based now. And all of this is done in the CPRIT grants management system, which is the official repository of all grant data. It's a structured management of grants, and once awarded as a grant contract, CGMS system is managed as every aspect of that grant award. I want to close by saying that SRA is very proud to partner with CPRIT. We've been supporting CPRIT since 2009, and since inception, we wrote the very first RFA with CPRIT's program staff. We opened the very first mechanism, I want to say August or September 2009. One aspect that I am very fortunate to be part of is that CPRIT works collaboratively with us, and we work collaboratively with them. When we say we write RFAs, we work with individual program staff. I work with Dr. Kripke or Dr. Garcia. We customize and implement a peer review model that is appropriate and best suited for that award mechanism or for that program. Prevention, research, and product development have 3 different processes for this. Kristen mentioned the due diligence review and the applicant presentation. That is not something that the prevention or the research programs do, and because it is not necessary, and in many cases it's not economically feasible or advisable. So we have scalable, flexible solutions, and we leverage our deep knowledge of best practices in peer review. So with that, I will stop, and thank you all again for the opportunity to present, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any may have. Thank you.
Members, any questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you, gentlemen, for traveling and being here today very much. And we'll look forward to continuing communication and support. Thank you. All right, so we're on to item 13, I believe, and I'm going to, because I'll lay out the next agenda item for the Oversight Committee, I'll ask that I turn the gavel over to Mr. Guerin as Vice Chair, if I could.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize Dr. Rice to present the next agenda item, the Program Priority Project.
Thank you. I prepared something that I put at each of your chairs. The commentary or the question of the moment is to say, how might we proceed to have program priorities as required in the statute? And I would just share with you, I think we had this discussion last time, in that we already have program priorities. The scientific officer and the product development and the prevention groups all have their internal strategies, and one might say that's as much as we would need to do this year. There's also a higher level that might say, well, we'd like a meta level of strategies. And heretofore I sort of thought in terms of the strategies as they would apply to sort of commercialization of product development versus scientific research, and that really means academic versus corporate. But I realize on reflection that we could have priorities that would be based on many dimensions. So you could have priorities that would reflect, again, academic versus corporate. You could say, RNA versus small molecules could be a priority that someone might say would be good, or we'd say, again, the high priority would be, certain cancers, liver, lung, pancreas, or we might say pediatric, or we might say biomarkers is a strategy. We ought to focus on biomarkers. So there's many different aspects of this question, and so the work, I think, of the committee on this is to sort of envision a process. Now, I handed this outline out of this. This is a non-sanctioned document that I put together myself, so I apologize. I'm not sure it seeks to sort of talk about the problem. And again, we initially thought maybe we could be satisfied with prioritizing sort of, again, within the scientific versus product development versus prevention programs kind of within themselves, but we realized that prioritization may raise its ugly head anyway. So slide 1 here is an effort to say each year in theory we have $300 million as our approximate amount that we would be having as our grant universe, if you will. And the second page sort of shows you as a pictorial that the purple shows that 10% would be sort of committed to prevention by statute, quite frankly. And I'm going to the third slide, and what I wanted to show you is that essentially today and in the past now, as of up to date, we have about $100 million this year that we would have largely committed. For the darker blue would be the scientific, and the lighter blue in this case would be the commercialization that we just approved today. That's an interesting balance, because that balance, I digress for a minute, the balance overall, dollar-wise, is largely about 9-to-1, or literally 8-to-1, academic to corporate. Again, thinking along that dimension of prioritization, and that's largely for a whole bunch of different reasons, not the least of which is that the commercialization cycles kind of got caught up more in the moratorium than other cycles did, and so that just happens to be today or this year. You'd say we have a lot more commercialization dollars committed than the research dollars, but all in all, it's still about a 7-to-1 academic base. Anyway, that's again through the history of CPRIT. So I'm again on slide 3, just showing that in theory we've spent about 130 of our 300, if you will. And to go to the next slide, what we realize is that we have 2 RFA systems basically out there. The S is meant to be for the scientific, and the PD is for product development. And I'm told the scientific RFAs, again, we talked about it earlier, have about 584 applications that correspond to an overall monetary ask, in theory, if they were all funded, which they never would be, of about $682 million. So the big S square would correspond to 682 an ask, and the product development 43 applications, again, we've had in the last month or so, all in all would ask for 400. So in theory, we have about $1 billion today in the queue for evaluation. Now the team at SRA has said that the history all in for CPRIT is that we fund about 6 to 10% of the ask, so to speak, and so 10% would be $100 million, and so if we have 170 left, maybe we won't be asked. Maybe if we funded all of the greatest work that actually would come through organically, we wouldn't come up against a ceiling this year. But if we had more than that, for whatever reason funded, just again organically, we might end up bumping into a ceiling. When we wouldn't, at that point, we'd say, then sometime in August, well, geez, these were, the PIC has approved, this slate, and product development and others, and scientific, and we only have, we only got 6 chips left on the table, but they're recommending 12 chips to us, and so how do we decide, and so so that's the question I raised then is, in case we do come to that point, we'll have to, at that point, we won't have the luxury of wondering whether we need a strategy. We might actually need a strategy, and so we're kind of back to square one. And so Wayne, in his wisdom, I would say, has earlier pointed out a process that we might go through, and I think personally, thought, well, geez, let's think about something different, and now I'm kind of gone full circle. I'm maybe back to where Wayne was when I started the conversation, or when we started it, and so the conclusion is that we, as a board, I think, need to be thinking about the prioritization, as we've, I guess, already inferred, and the steps that we might take to get some feedback or make some decision could be, for instance, and I've just written down here, could be that we'd ask our academic and pediatric cancer committees, which are standing committees, to give us feedback, and we could go through a process where we'd have some subcommittee, which would be a non-quorum issue, group that could seek public comment and sort of have some planned interactions over some couple of months to then come back in May with a conclusion or an answer. Now, having said all this, I reviewed this process largely went on, I think, in 2012, and what they largely found was that everybody that comes to speak is going to, describe their passionate, feeling that their constituency is the most important, whether it be scientific research based in an academic institution or corporate or pediatric cancer or whatever all those priorities might be. So in some ways, we already know what some of the answer will be, which is to say that I think in 2012 they got lots of feedback, and that was not really a really simple, there was no conclusion that could be made. Anyway, so I want to just freeze frame there and sort of get your thoughts. That's the process here to kind of gather what might be a plan, or make what might be a plan, or assign somebody to make the plan, but basically to move forward in this question. Again, mainly because we might have to have a response to it, and it may be that if the grants that get brought forth through the PIC between now and the end of this fiscal year don't exceed some ceiling, it may not be so germane, because our interest is to fund what is great opportunities for research in certainly the academic and the research in the corporate side. Anyway, but so it may just still be that we would need a strategy if we do hit a ceiling. So I'll pause there again and invite comments, or Mr. Guerin, you can lead us.
Any questions or observations from the Oversight Committee? Craig?
A couple of quick questions. Is there any legislative directive on what the proportion of scientific to product development funding has to be?
No, sir. So I'll defer to counsel. Sorry.
You're good.
No, there's no.
Right answer.
Thank you. And the other was, I don't follow the. I understand your question on the last slide. I don't understand how the answer relates to the question. Where you said, how do we balance scientific and product development funding? And the answer you put is get a bunch of academic people together? I just can't imagine what answer they would come up with.
But public is there. That P in public would be the generalization for others, corporate certainly. And again, we could decide that the priority was not academic versus public/corporate. It could be that we decide we want to focus on biomarkers, and whatever's a biomarker, or diagnostic, or correlates to treatment kind of thing. We might say, well, that's the most important thing we could possibly do, because no one else in the world is focused in that way, and that would actually be a different kind of dimension of option. And again, I would defer to the scientific community to tell us that, you included, and certainly our science officer.
If we did end up focusing in an area, what pediatric or I'd say my inclination is to have some sort of focus, because then we have a better chance at the end of the CPRIT period to be able to demonstrate that we moved the needle. It's a challenge in all of philanthropy is do 1,000 things, and maybe everything you do is pretty good, but you don't really know, because it's just drops in the bucket. As long as the drops are hitting the bucket, you're doing some good, but it's hard to measure. I could see some value in having more focus and becoming known nationally or even internationally for, Texas is where it's really happening in such and such an area. It might serve to cause other people that work in that field to come to Texas, be a part of it. If we become known as the pediatric cancer research institute in America or something, I don't. But confessing that sort of bias, I don't really know how to get there. I don't know what thought process we'd go through to reach a consensus on the area that we would like to focus, but I could sure see some value to it if we want to be able to have increase the chances of measurable results, and in developing some synergies in the state. So you won't have one person doing liver, one person doing pancreas, one person doing brain, and never get those sort of synergies, even though this is a history major talking to some doctors. I'm sure there's a lot of overlap there that's just not apparent to me, but if we did become known for one thing or a few things, it would seem that would increase the chances that Texas could become a center for research in those areas. So just thoughts, but I don't know what I'd recommend to move us towards that kind of a decision. Any other?
Bill? You coming back to your question, how do we balance scientific funding with product development? You brought up the question, so what do you think?
I don't know. I think that what we're going to discover is that there is no good answer. But potentially. I like the idea of certainly focusing on something, and then again, I've got to kind of move back to the scientific leadership that would say, again, I'll use biomarkers as an example. You could say biomarkers. We could focus on that. If we came to the last bit of this year's process and we saw the ceiling, we could say, well, look, we've wanted to be pragmatic to the very last minute. Now we're in August and we want to. We only have so many chips left. Let's just fund whatever we can find by priority. Biomarkers first, small RNA second, something else third, and again I don't know what they would be, but something. Margaret, please help us. I mean, you could have a plan that would sort of be something we would step to when we thought we could see the ceiling, and that also helps us maybe get a full year. I mean, we had a bit of this discussion earlier. Once we have this full year, we'll have a pretty good sense of kind of what's out there, and maybe next year that would also help us if we end up, in other words, just seeing what the landscape looks like after we have this 500 more and these 600 more, whatever it is, or the 43, whatever, all these numbers. That also helps us sort of again be seeing more of the picture that we then could sort of pragmatically balance. Please.
Let me throw out another idea here, which is that you can prioritize by subject matter, which is difficult when you don't know what's out there and you don't know what the stage of science, whether the science is in a stage to make new discoveries. So you have to kind of leave some options open for things that bubble up from the surface because you don't know where the best opportunities are going to come from. But having said that, another idea might be to prioritize on the basis of mechanism. So if you really want companies to relocate to Texas, maybe that would be your first priority for funding, whereas companies that have already raised some money might be a lesser priority than that. Similarly, on the research side, you might say that the high-impact, high-risk small grants are really where we want to put a lot of money, and we're not so interested anymore in developing core facilities, for example. So that's another way of doing some prioritization that doesn't involve subject matter, but on the type of award that you might give.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little more about the subject matter, though? I would think that you that work in the field would have a sense of the subjects where there is enough activity to where an institute is the size of ours. It's awfully big compared to a lot of philanthropies, but it's small dollars when you consider all the money that's being
Right.
directed at cancer
Right.
research.
Well, that was really the subject of my little white paper that I presented last time, where I think that there are some unmet opportunities at the moment. The biggest one, I think, is in prevention and early detection research, which, of course, is the place where you stand to have the greatest impact on the disease. Now, it takes a long time to know whether you're preventing cancer or not, but that is an relatively underfunded area of research. So anything that has to do with prevention, detecting cancer early before it's spread, those I think are worthwhile endeavors, and I think there are enough current opportunities there that it would benefit from some investment. My other one was the question is, how do we be more strategic about the deployment of dollars from CPRIT? And one of the other two areas that I had thought about, one was rare cancers, which are not anything that a pharmaceutical company wants to invest heavily in upfront. And the other one was that desert of the funding desert in between basic science and what big pharma will support. So those were kind of my three strategic priorities where I thought CPRIT might really make a difference and be able to do something that would not be simply duplicative of what's funded by the NCI. Having said that, I think you need to keep the door open for those things that happen to come up that are unpredictable. And so I think the idea of having untargeted, say, investigator-initiated awards is still a good idea, even for CPRIT, even though that's a lot of what NCI does, because you just cannot predict where the next big advance is going to come from.
I mean, thank you. I was just going to make the comment that, we could conceive of a strategy that says until we hit some, through a year, and I'm just throwing this out as an idea, through a strategy you pragmatically fund what looks very interesting and very good, and when you hit $200 million committed, then you kick in with kind of plan B, which would be very focused on our kind of focus strategy, and you kind of go with that through the rest of the period. I just lay that as an idea.
To me, that would be the path that we would be pushed towards if we didn't have so many more grant requests than we can possibly fund. I know just in the work that I do in working for a foundation, we get hundreds of grant requests, and we know the ones that we look at first are K-12 public education. And doesn't mean we don't do all the rest of them, but that's a subject area that allows us to make the first round of cuts. And I don't know what we might do as this Oversight Committee to at least have that kind of emphasis where we just decide there, and maybe it is just the mechanism like you're talking about, but how would what kind of process would we go through to decide where we wanted to and I think that's where you're going, Dr. Rice. What's the process we go through to reach that conclusion? How do we get the members of this Oversight Committee all to have thought it through, and as the policy setters for the Oversight Committee reach agreement?
I don't have an answer for that question. I mean, essentially, there are those of us who have been in the business for our entire careers who have our own opinions about how that should move forward, and not everybody agrees with my opinion, and so I don't know how to get to where you want to go.
Cindy?
Well, one comment and then suggestions for perhaps a process. But I would be very disappointed if 5 years from now we spent half of our budget on product development for drugs which were primarily going to be used to treat stage 4 of this cancer or that cancer. So I don't want to see that kind of thing happen. So I am very much for trying to come up with some way to prioritize and focus that not only addresses the issues of research bucket, but also product development bucket. I don't know how to do that, but as far as research bucket is concerned, I think it might be helpful for us to see again as some simple graphics, something about the disease burden of these different cancers in the state of Texas, and some simple graphic, Margaret, that gives scientists' opinion, and it could be coming from you or it could be coming from the review panels about the potential for opportunity here, either opportunity in terms of diagnoses, prognostic marker, early treatment, a new screening test, so that we could see that liver cancer is a big deal in South Texas, and we could get some opinion from informed experts as to whether there is a big opportunity here to start doing much more screening, because there is treatment available if there is an opportunity to do some particular kind of research here or not. So what I'm proposing actually is that you prepare a simple report for us, and that as part of that report you give us your informed judgments about where the opportunities are, and to use the scientific and review panels as needed to help do that.
And just to sure I understand the evidence that you draw on to help make those conclusions, you look at the state of Texas and see what the needs are across the state of Texas, and so we try to position ourselves to be responding to the greatest needs in the state.
I was struck by the comments Dr. Rice made about the prior funding weighting had been 8-to-1 research versus product development. And it seems that maybe that needs to be rebalanced in some way. That seems a pretty heavy weighting.
If Kristen, one of us, either you or me, I think you've got the numbers best on your hands, but I think we've got somewhat of an explanation as to why they appear so skewed. They are skewed.
It was not a conscious decision. You know, there was never an issue of we are going to fund 80% at academic research institutions and 10% at companies. Some of it, and this is what I pointed out when we were doing our presentations, the product development was impacted very heavily because of the moratorium. It affected 4 cycles, and we ended up on 2 of those cycles just simply returning the applications and saying, I'm sorry, we're not going forward with these. You know, and these 2 cycles that we just awarded, I mean, to give you an idea, research presented their award recommendations at the December 5th meeting, you know, so a couple weeks right before the moratorium was imposed, and I think that was something like $111 million or $118 million, you know, so this is really kind of the awards that we just made for product development help catch product development up a little bit. They also, you know, from the very beginning of the Institute, you know, Dr. Gilman was the chief scientific officer, and he was ready to go. You know, Rajan talked about putting out the first RFA August 16th of 2009. We brought on the chief commercialization officer, I think in November, end of November of 2009. So we were always a little bit behind anyway there. So I think, you know, we'll get the product development officer on board. We'll, continue issuing the RFAs, and I think you'll probably get a better picture of what product development looks like. And then, some of that's just going to shift out over the year.
But, I think for the purposes of this discussion, it's what Ned has said. It's as we develop the policy guidance, it's not necessarily looking back, but looking forward. What do we, as an oversight board, want to see the rough breakdown between the two, and how do we reach that decision as a board? I think, just from private conversations, I think that Ned's feelings on that are widely shared. But to me, really, our big challenge at this point is what is the process? I was just thinking in terms of kind of Venn diagram. If you took Cindy's, here are the big problems in Texas, and then what Dr. Kripke said, here's the ones where there's a whole lot of activity where we could really spend, there's enough there to work. So, that starts to shape it. And then you've got the commercialization, and you got basic research, and then, that shapes it again, and start trying to find this core where there's, around which we could build a consensus as a area of emphasis, or areas of emphasis for our board. And Bill, I don't know if, before initiating the conversation, if you had an idea of how we move from where we are to building that consensus, but and maybe that's something to ask the staff, because you do have concern that we don't do enough of the product development. And I think Cindy has said about let's focus on cancers that are important to Texas. Well, I would think there'd probably be a lot of support for that. I personally was moved when that woman spoke the other day, told that heart-wrenching story about her son, and she felt there wasn't enough emphasis on pediatric research. Now, purely anecdotal, but that might be important to us. But and Wayne, maybe it's just something the staff can give some thought to. How can we? What will be the steps to take the input from all the Oversight Committee members, and then start look for where there's that common ground that could end up. It wouldn't be a straitjacket, but it would just be an inclination or area of emphasis, and but it'd have to be influenced by what Dr. Kripke said. We don't want to say we want to cure cancer on the moon, and there's nobody out there trying to cure cancer on the moon. It's got to be an area where there's fertile ground to invest in. So I don't know if the previous Oversight Committee went through this sort of exercise to give any direction, but I think that Dr. Rice's commitment to that sure makes a lot of sense. But how do we get from here to there? I just still don't have a good handle on that. Jerry?
Maybe just before you answer that,
I'm not answering
that. Well, I think originally Dr. Rice was talking in general about how do we balance product development and basic research, I guess, or research. Mm-hmm. And then Cindy comes up with the idea of, which are the... I'm thinking maybe we can't decide that in an overall picture we're going to balance those two, but maybe we need to take something like pediatric cancer and say in that narrow field, how do we balance basic research versus product development? Where's the need? Where's the vacancy in that particular type of cancer? Or in liver cancer, where are we lacking? Is it in product development or is it in commercialization? I don't think we can make a sweeping decision that in every cancer in Texas, we've got to move from research to product development. I think it's going to have to be cancer by cancer, isn't it, Dr. Kripke? I don't know if that moved us together or apart in what you started.
Well, I was going to make a comment. I talked to somebody from Boston recently about this kind of topic, and they were describing sort of how things work. And he said sometimes, you might come up with a mechanism, essentially like a tool for a diagnostic or maybe a treatment. And he said then you go looking for the cancer where it'll work the best in. And so this whole comment about going by the cancer, I'm just going to keep slicing a different way. It may be that there's other, ways to think about it than our dimension of academic versus corporate, or cancer versus, geographics and those things, or I mean, there's just lots of different ways to cut this. I guess that's the point of the complication of the discussion. So again, it's very interesting to think about. Again, I can't remember the specific example, but when you have this new tool that hits a certain molecule, then the question is, well, which cancer can I go direct this at? And that's a wholly different idea. And that might be the way to go, find some effective thing, which is, like rare cancers, the value of rare cancers is that a lot of times all of a sudden you bounce into something that is a bigger, broader mechanistic importance in other cancers. Anyway, so.
See your. Lean towards your button there?
I leaned back.
Oh, you did, okay. Well, I don't think we're going to, got the gavel for this moment. I don't think it's going to be resolved today. I don't think we have enough of a framework to really come up with a way ahead. I know that Fort Worth United Way, for example, they did an off-site and they had a facilitator work through, and they came up with a very rigorous way of deciding where they could make an impact and where they couldn't, and they decided instead of doing 100 things like they had always done in the past, they started doing 3 things and just quit doing 97. But they had a facilitator that helped work through all of those different approaches and different areas of emphasis. And I just, Mr. Chairman, throw out the possibility that we consider an exercise like that. It's not something we can do in 15 minutes in a regular board meeting, but to me, that's the most important thing we do as a board is set the policy and then they execute. And I really applaud your commitment to try to get us there, but I think it might be something that would require a significant commitment of time and perhaps the help of a professional facilitator that helps this board, just like they do with other boards, establish priorities. Would that be
great?
And so as long as I got the gavel, can we turn it over to the staff and come up with an idea on that? And
yes. And I'm got no problems with Drs. Garcia and Kripke speaking their mind, but I think you now fully understand why for the last 6 months, whenever this question has come up, I've said this is going to be an oversight-driven project as opposed to a staff-driven project, because I'm not seeing a magic bullet.
When you say magic bullet, what do you mean? I mean, consensus is the way I think of it, rather than magic bullet.
What I would see as a magic bullet is we would have a process that would come up with not so much this is how much we want to spend on product development research, but kind of a general balance with the flexibility, and then within each one of those, these are what we'd like to do. For instance, with product development, we're real interested in tracking companies to Texas, and you can do that through Margaret's mechanisms. Or in research, we want to do pediatric cancer, or we want to do liver cancer. But what Mr. Geistwhite pointed out is what's needed for liver cancer, maybe it needs a device, but lung or uterine may need a pharmaceutical. And something that's real clear so that the staff would have and you would have a basis to issue RFAs, and then to compare at the end of a year, analyze at the end of the year how well we approach that. Now, that's what I consider to be a magic bullet. But like what y'all are doing is, I don't see how we get there. I think you've said that at least 3 times. How do we get there? I think you're spot on that this is not a 15-minute discussion. I've batted around with Dr. Rice and others that we're reconstituting this University Advisory Committee. They're going to have some good ideas. We also have the statutory Juvenile Cancer Advisory Committee, and I know those folks want to have some input. But you pointed out very accurately on this slide, where's product development? And I think we would want to balance the science and the prevention when we bring in prevention in this with product development. And I don't have off the top of my head some kind of equivalent entity with that. Maybe, hopefully y'all do. An organization of chambers of commerce. I mean, I'm just tossing that out there. But as this discussion was going on, where did I write it down? It was from you, Dr. Mulrow, where you're talking about wanting some graphics about disease burden, simple graphics that give scientific opinion potential for progress, and you were talking to Dr. Kripke on it, bringing in the peer reviewers that we have available to us who are, in my mind, as good of scientific minds as we're going to get, doing a survey. What do you think? Literally, I was thinking surveys of the people we have available to us. I still can't get to the product development part of it. But on the science end of it, I think we have incredible resources easily available to us. It's that product development that's I'm struggling.
We do have product development reviewers in the review council.
We do have the balance on that, but I'm also was trying to get some kind of counterbalance to say the University Advisory Committee. I didn't mean to slight the product development reviewers at all. But we can survey that. And we can, and certainly Friday, when senior staff gets together and kind of debriefs from today, we can bat this around. And I'm just going to toss this out there. This has some real problems to it, but a retreat. But get information. I think letting us do a survey or some way of getting additional input, and then having us aggregate that information in various meaningful ways for y'all to discuss in some kind of retreat. That's a thought.
Yeah.
Get away from it and spend a day or so.
So, what if we now conclude this part of it and just say we'll invite staff, and certainly I'll be interested to converse, and others who might be interested to converse, but let's take it back to 7th Street and let that be the development of the next kind of step that we might take.
We'll have the retreat on 6th Street.
You got it now. Anyway.
But I'm going to want to find a means or a process to keep this discussion moving between now and May 21st. Yeah. And I'm not exactly sure the best vehicle to do that.
But I would say, between now and the May meeting, we're not likely to have that consensus of the Oversight Committee, and we just keep doing what we're doing, because I don't think there's any way to get it done and then do a quick in the middle of the quarter course correction. So I think it would be unrealistic to think that we would have this consensus in time to guide your all's recommendations for the May round.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me,
yeah. Oh, no,
could I just ask, is there a consensus that setting that broad overarching policy is responsibility of the Oversight Committee?
I think it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I mean,
Mr. Gehring, can I make a comment? I think what has to happen here is that the Oversight Committee needs to decide what is it that you want. And not at the level of, do I want to have people study tyrosine kinases or some, what gene alterations here and there, but what is it that you would like to achieve with this program? And do we want to make an impact on cancers in Texas? That's a perfectly legitimate question, and then leave it to the scientific community and the product development people to say, okay, how do we get there? How are we going to figure out how to meet that objective? But I think your role is really to say, what is it that you want to see out of this program? You want to just support the best research? You want just the best basic science? Do you want to cure stage 4 cancer? I mean, at a very high level, that I think is really your responsibility. There are other people who spend endless hours arguing over what is the best way forward for cancer research. They're all experts and they don't agree. So I don't see that this is going to be a productive exercise for you to try to agree what's the best thing to do in cancer.
Well, I don't think anybody's suggesting that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like the state legislature decided to do $3 billion in cancer as opposed to $3 billion in epilepsy.
Right.
So, that was a public policy decision by the state of Texas.
Right.
So, okay, well, I'll turn the gavel back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you have one more question?
Well, it's part of the problem is how can the Oversight Committee make the decision without really understanding the realistic goals that they're setting? In other words, we can say, yes, we want to cure stage 4 cancer, but, at least a lot of us are not doctors, and we need, I think, a little more information to know what's out there and what's realistic before we send you guys out to try and accomplish the goals that we're setting.
Greg?
I've heard the expression "cancers in Texas," and I was just sitting here thinking about it, and I don't know the answer. Is there any difference about cancers in Texas versus cancers in Minnesota?
Well, actually, you look at the chart that Becky showed us, the incidence rates across Texas.
And I think that's one of the pieces of information that you're looking for is what's the difference between the disease burden in Texas versus the U.S. versus the world, and what do you want to focus on? So, yes, there are some differences. There's some geographic variation. We did some of this with the prevention subcommittee, presented a lot of different maps and looked at, and I'd like your opinion on whether that kind of thing is helpful and might be helpful to the entire Oversight Committee. But it sounds like from the discussion there's 2 levels of information or 2 levels of decision. One is, do you want to have some direction within your programs, or do you just want some general direction, as Dr. Kripke says, across all programs and looking at the end goals and the outcomes? So in terms of process, I think there's a lot of different ways to get there. I think the subcommittees have started some of that work and some of those discussions, and I think it's always nice to work with a small group like that and then bring that forward to the bigger group. There was also some discussion at the last meeting about a new subcommittee that might take representatives from each of those 3 programs so that you have a working group that can really look at the process and then say, this is what we're interested in and this is what we think would work for a process. So I think there's a lot of different ways to approach that, and I think, yes, deciding how specific do you want to be? Do you want to really drill down into each program and the priorities within each program? Or do you just want to set some more general across the board outcomes that we're looking for and then strategies based on how you might reach those outcomes?
Well, Wayne recommended the possibility of a retreat, an offsite. To me, this kind of a discussion would require that sort of time commitment, even though everybody on this panel is very busy. But to me, that would be valuable. So, as do you happen to have the gavel, unless there's any objection, could we accept that recommendation and you work up an idea for a retreat or an offsite and get back to us with a proposal?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'd want to. I'd want a lot of groundwork to be laid before we go into the retreat.
Absolutely. We want a good retreat, we're in agreement.
We want a good
retreat. Effective retreat. Let's wrap this up and get on to the next agenda item.
We're going to have marshmallows and campfires. But,
all in favor? No, sorry.
But I would, the idea of the facilitator has come up before, and I'd be open to suggestions as to who that would be.
Well, let's just, ball's in your court on that. Let's talk about that. I mean, we can't do that in this meeting now, so it seems there, unless somebody objects, we have something of a consensus about having a retreat off-site. And so I think that's the best way to wrap up this agenda item and go on to the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we'll proceed to item 14.
And a good retreat.
We don't want no stinking lousy retreat.
That's right.
I don't think anyone's ever said this.
And start losing our members.
We are losing members, so we're going quickly here. Item 10, standing agenda item, unless there's anybody that needs to address an issue, we'll move on.
I'll remind you, we talked about the issue on the administrative rule, having the board governance committee look at the administrative rules in terms of one of the issues that came up with whether the Oversight Committee wants to be able to waive the effective, administrative rules based on, some process that could be established by rule.
So do we need a motion or just a...
Just to delegate.
We'd invite the governance committee to look at our rules, I suppose, and give us comments back pursuant to the conversations we've had today.
Move to assign it to the governance committee.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll just take that as a motion and duly noted. Thank you. So this time, let's move on to the Chief Operating Officer report. Chair recognizes Heidi McConnell present the Chief Operating Officer report. Following her presentation, we'll ask Mr. Angelou, Interim Chair of the Audit Subcommittee, to discuss the subcommittee's recommendations.
So, members, I don't have much of a report other than to discuss the item under tab 10 related to what we talked to the audit subcommittee members about last week as an amendment to the Grant Thornton internal audit services contract to add another audit on the SRA managed information technology systems. There were recommendations in the 2013 State Auditor's Management Report and in the 2013 Information Technology Internal Audit Report by Grant Thornton, our internal auditor, to look at controls around security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy controls. And these 5 principles are actually provided in guidance by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. One thing, and we had extensive discussion, which Mr. Angelou will talk about when he gives the audit subcommittee report, around those 5 principles and how to best move forward with the audit. Doing those 5 principles would cost on the order of a minimum of $80,000. Our auditors told us it would more likely be around $100,000. And so in consultation with our internal auditor, the staff has recommended that we move forward with an audit focused on 2 principles that are security and processing integrity. And the cost of that would be $45,000 to address that this first year. Actually, since that audit subcommittee meeting, our auditors told us that the American Institute of Certified Public Accounts actually released new and improved guidance around these trust principles in draft last week, and that what they've done is there's some common criteria across all 5 of those principles that they've laid out and termed common criteria. And so I would modify our staff recommendation to say that we would have the auditors look at that common criteria plus which would really capture what was in the security principle that we were talking about before, and then also look at all of the criteria that fall under processing integrity. The guidance is fairly extensive. When they sent me the information a couple of weeks ago, the document that I printed out was 138 pages, and that's for all 5 principles. So they believe that if you look at the security or the common criteria plus this processing controls, that we will really address a good majority of what needs to be addressed to meet the recommendations that they laid out as well as the state auditor laid out.
Could you remind us the 5 criteria? I remember it was security and privacy, and what were the other?
Sure.
Are they here?
Yes. They're not there. They are in the management report, but they are security, privacy.
Security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions for me? Okay.
So we're ready for the subcommittee report?
Yes.
The audit subcommittee met on February 12th to discuss various audit issues, including the proposed amendment to CPRIT's contract with Grant Thornton for internal audit services. The contract amendment would add an audit of SRA-managed proprietary information technology systems used by CPRIT to process and review grant applications and monitor grant awards. This is estimated to cost up to $45,000, which increases the total value of the internal audit contract to $245,000. Again, I want to note that this new audit will only cover 2 items, namely security and processing integrity, not all 5. The audit subcommittee recommends approval of an amendment to the Grant Thornton contract to add an audit of SRA-managed technology systems. Moreover, we discussed that maybe at a future time we will look at some recommendations from the auditor in terms of how do we look at or manage the other 3 that are left out of this audit.
Thank you. So for the members, for those 2 parts of it, the incremental amount was $45,000, but we wondered, and so we're asking maybe to come back with information about the cost and the idea about doing the rest of those 3. The issue was we wondered, I don't know what the standard is in the industry, but we wondered if an annual sort of full analysis would be appropriate. I don't know, again, if the standard would be different out there in the industry, but a security audit you would think might be an annual process. I don't know if it's an every 3-year process or what, but anyway, we'd like you to come back with that. So for now, we're talking about increasing it by $45,000 to meet those 2 of the 5, which I think it directly addresses maybe the issues that we have outstanding in the audit.
Correct.
Audit.
Yes, in the state audit.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve this amendment to the Grant Thornton contract to include the audit of SRA managed technology that will increase the total contract to $245,000? Looking for movement, a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Reisman for the Chief Compliance Officer's report, and as he's coming up, let me just correct Mr. Angelou that you're not the interim chair of the audit committee, you are the chair of the audit committee.
You missed another meeting.
Are you related? You get a raise.
I missed the first meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Reisman.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rice. Let's see, as the Chief Compliance Officer, it's my duty to report to you on the submission status of required grant recipient reports, among other things. As of February 11, 2014, the date the report was run, information regarding delinquent grant recipient reports is as follows. 20 active grant projects at 10 separate entities have not filed required quarterly financial status reports by the deadline. At the last Oversight Committee meeting on January 24, 2014, I reported that 52 grant projects had not filed by the deadline, and I promised that we would get with those agencies, and I think we did communicate with those. But there's some that's still, and some new ones on the list, but we're whittling that list down, and that's a good sign. Recipients are also required to file progress reports by the deadline. Currently, 7 active grant projects have not filed these reports by the deadline. Moving forward, I know the new rules had some new requirements on there that were stringent, basically saying that the grant recipient waives the right to reimbursement of project costs incurred during the period if the financial status report for that quarter is not submitted to the Institute within 30 days of the due date. In our effort to get these reports in on time, I think that rule was implemented, but as this board, addressed last time, before we bring that hammer down on these institutions and grant recipients, we want to have an opportunity to train them over the next several months on the rule and what it means and the importance of getting their reports in on time. Additionally, I think when we do bring these grant monitors on board and have that more communication with these grant recipients, I think there'll be less miscommunication, more prompting, better customer service, and that will help get these reports in on time. So we're going to always stay on this and make sure, because from a compliance aspect, we want full compliance from 100% of these grant entities, and we'll get there. I'm pretty sure. Another item I just want to talk about briefly is
David.
I'm sorry.
Were any of these delayed reports, were they aggregated at any particular place or spread out among all institutions? And
no, well, I meant, and I put in there that there was 20 active grant projects at 10 separate entities, so they were pretty spread out. Okay. We have some big entities that do a lot of grants, but they weren't at any particular one, and I looked for that, but that's why I put there at 10, because it was kind of evenly spread out.
Were any of those corporate, or were they all academic?
I think there was a mix of those. Yeah, actually there was a mix of those. Let's see. Another item I wanted to talk on briefly is, a big part of any ethics or compliance program is ethics training. And I think being at the Department of Defense, you can appreciate this. In government service, ethics training is required. Even the president has an hour of ethics, face-to-face ethics training every year, and I think everyone in the Army has ethics training every year. And it's actually very interesting training. And what I'd like to do at our next meeting at some point, carve out an hour that we could go through the laws of Texas, statutory laws of Texas, as well as the law, the rules passed by the board as far as ethics concerned, how they go together, how they overlap, and how sometimes they conflict. But it would be very beneficial, I think, for the board members to hear that. Just the final item I wanted to mention was personal financial statements will be due April 30th. I know many of you came on at the end of last calendar year and required to file your personal financial statements. And being at the Ethics Commission before, I know that generates some confusion because you think you filed it. You filed the one for the previous year. By April 30th, you need to file another financial statement covering the year 2013. I'll be sending you an email just kind of reminding you of that. That's an important date. You need to file that not only with the Texas Ethics Commission, but as our rules state, simultaneously with CPRIT. And so I'll be answering any questions. And, the financial statement you may have, by your first filing, the Ethics Commission does have attorneys that will answer all of those questions that you have. How should I report this? How should I report that? It would make it easier for you if you have any questions.
So you'll furnish an email for us so that we'll make sure.
Right, I want to document that. Right, document that email, who you can contact for questions, and the dates. You can ask for a 60-day extension of that, but it's probably recommended that everybody file by that April 30th deadline. That's a hard deadline. Right. Right. There should be Ethics Commission notices mailed to you as well, so you might see those. But you can count on those, but you can also count on an email from me. But
thank you.
Thanks.
They're not too bad.
Yeah.
Is there any question or discussion of Mr. Reisman? Thank you. Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Reisman. So item 17 is not an agenda item. We don't need to go to see our general counsel at the moment, I don't think. Future meeting dates. Next Oversight Committee meeting is May 21st. CPRIT staff will circulate a tentative agenda prior to the meeting. Are there any requests for public comment? Hearing none. I believe there's no further business. Chair moves to adjourn. Is there a second? Second. Thank you.